And good morning and welcome to the Wero Whitewater Park, home for the 2021 Oceania Canoe Slalom Championships. We're looking live at the course, and as we look down the course, we can see a very challenging course set today. 24 gates need to be negotiated by the athletes. And we're looking at the whitewater features from an aerial view today. 24 degrees, looking fantastic for racing. No wind that can affect those poles. Remembering the athletes must negotiate those 24 gates in a numeric order. As we go through the course, we can see there's a lot of challenging whitewater. Once they've negotiated those gates, it's just a short sprint to the finish. And we can see now the motorway flowing well. The southern motorway there, and in the foreground we have the smaller course, the learner course, but today of course we're on the top international course out at the Tamaki Paddle Sports home venue at Wero Whitewater. We go back up the course, we can see those gates have been set in very challenging positions, and we're moving up the course. We can see the motorway, we can see what's a beautiful weather, 24 degrees, no wind to affect the athletes today. A few athletes in the warm-up pool and down on the flat on the lake, so the athletes will warm up down on the lake, move up, and here's a nice close-up showing some of those gates that we'll be negotiating. The green and white ones, of course, in a downstream direction. Now we've got an athlete on the course. That's Luca Jones, New Zealand silver medalist from Rio, demonstrating some upstream techniques. That's where the gates must be negotiated upstream. They're the red and white poles. Martina Wegman of the Netherlands also on the course now, having a little warm-up. And there's a great exhibition of how fast these athletes can turn these boats, keeping the bow up out of the water so it spins faster. The main drop, the last main feature on this course today. Live at the Oceania Championships, and we've got Ashton Blair on the course, and he's in the C1 class. Of course, semi-finals today, the top 10 athletes going through to the final. And there's our schedule for today. Men's semi-final, followed by the K1 women's semi-final featuring Luca Jones of New Zealand, the Olympic silver medalist. Then we'll go into the men's C1 final. That's the top 10 races from that semi-final, followed by the women's K1 final. Then we'll move into the lunch break. Straight after lunch, we'll be going into the C1 women's semi-final, K1 men's semi-final. That'll be a hotly contested competition. And then we'll be going into the final of those two events. Remembering, it's do or die now. Only the top 10 make it through. And we are live. Patrick, you join me in the commentary now. Ex-C1 paddler, just retired last year. What have you got to say about today's course and some of the athletes on the course?
Oh, it'll be great to see what they can do. It's conditions literally couldn't be better, and looks like a nice tight little course out there with a really interesting first couple gates here to start them off. So it's interesting to see how these paddlers can handle it.
Yeah, I think great course set by Campbell Walsh and one of the other coaches. I'm not sure. There's always two people involved in course setting to keep things fair. And on the course now we see Cole Anderson, and very challenging move at the top of the course, the 2-3-4 sequence, probably reversed from yesterday's qualifications, and we've already seen the athletes struggling a little bit with that.
Yeah, indeed. It's always tough if you've got a really tight little daunting sequence at the top, because it can just really throw you off as you're just doing your best to kind of get into a run.
Yeah, and this course features a lot of tight turns, and we can see Cole. Remembering that the race is based on seedings from yesterday's qualification runs, so the fastest qualifier from yesterday gets the advantage of going down last and seeing the times posted. And so obviously Cole had some struggles yesterday, didn't quite get as high up in the field as perhaps would have liked, and now he's working his way through these features. Remembering, to those of you joining us from home, Canoe Slalom is a timed race down the course, and we just saw Cole touch a pole there. And to touch a pole is 2 seconds added onto your time. Whether you touch that with your paddle, your boat, or your body, 2 seconds added onto your time.
Yeah, no, and hopefully we don't see it this morning, but should they miss a gate or fail to negotiate it correctly, that's you get stung with 50 seconds. So that's pretty much game over at that point.
Yeah, and at about this time, Cole's forearms will be feeling fairly fatigued. He'll have a lot of lactic build up there. He spent a lot of extra energy on the course after those few mistakes. He's done well to recover them. He's going down, making the charge for what we call the main drop. You'll see this quite a substantial drop. He's got to punch in hard into the upstream on the left. You'll see the current pushing him back up towards the gate now. He's got only about 50 metres to go, and he's going to be giving it his all. A few gates to go through. Not too many challenges in this bottom part of the course, just trying to hold it together and stay off the poles.
Yeah, no, and a fairly solid run for him. I think he can walk away with his head held high, having given it his best effort. Have to wait and see how the cards fall.
Yeah, now we have Lewis Grews on the course, another one of that strong Canoe Slalom Bay of Plenty squad. He's doing the double up, great little double up here. If you can use that wave, surf across as you would see a surfer on a surfboard. No effort if you catch that wave correctly between 12 and 13. And that's one of the keys of Canoe Slalom, is being able to use the whitewater. And Lewis is doing a great job here. He's using the water well. You'll see times the strokes. He reaches over the waves, trying to get the most out of each part of the stroke of the blade, but also the whitewater. And he's dropped a little bit low there. He probably would have liked to have used that wave a little more. Here's a great shot of the waves. So the athletes must punch through these or use these to cross from one side of the river to the other.
Yeah, and more often than not, you'll see, unless it's in your interest to do so, often the best paddlers have their nose dry to skipping over all the little waves and holes as they make their way down the course.
My apologies there, people. That was actually James Senior we had on the course, and now we have Lewis on the course, and he's throwing the boat up nice and high.
Oh, lovely through there. Great control on the tail.
Yeah, and we'll see that Lewis is one of the few athletes that doesn't switch. He keeps the paddle in the same hand, so he takes the paddle across to the other side of the boat. We'll see later on some of the other athletes, they swap sides with the paddle, and that's quite a skill to do as well. But Lewis preferring to be a more traditional paddler, and he'd be what we could call a lefty. Paddles on the left-hand side and takes his paddle over to the right-hand side. Looks very awkward, and it is very awkward, but he's doing it very, very well.
Yeah, indeed. And this sequence here has done that perfectly. What you need to do through 12 is keep your nose light, and then just as you get over the first wave, turn and then be ready to catch the second wave he's surfing currently into the first of the double ups. So, easy to do if it goes well, but it's really precise.
Yeah, and I was talking to Campbell, the course designer, last night, and he said, yeah, they've set a full World Cup standard course for this. So for some of these young and less experienced athletes, it's going to be very, very challenging, but they'll get the reward of knowing that they've completed on what is an international standard course against New Zealand's very best paddlers.
Indeed. And you may at home be sort of thinking that some of these C1 boats look a bit skinnier than others, and there's very much a divergence in that. You have one sort of class of models which are a bit thinner and a bit flatter, and others are a bit skinnier but a bit more voluminous, and you're just trading off stability and kind of ability to skip over waves and things. So it kind of plays into everyone's different
styles. And now we have Charlie Bell on the course. Powerful, very, very powerful athletes. He'll be characterised by those big, powerful strokes. You'll see the boat surge forward with every stroke. Once again, not a switcher, more of a traditional paddler. But look at that, he's used that wave well. He's just stopped and managed to turn himself back. Perhaps overcooked the turn a little bit and having to make a little correction there.
Yep, no, through that sequence there he did well. Oh, it's been quite aggressive there. You see him sort of trying to jump and get across early, which, while is possible, is quite risky.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, Patrick. It's risk versus reward in the semi-final. We know only 10 are going to go through to that final. This is the Oceania Championships. You will be crowned the Oceania champion for 2021. Unfortunately, the field's not quite as strong as it has been in previous years with the COVID travel restrictions, but still a great field of top New Zealand athletes have turned up.
Yeah, no, definitely. And Charlie doing fairly well so far, using the holes nicely and, for the most part, setting up his stag as well, turning before the gate and heading back through them.
Yeah, now we have Finn Anderson, and he's looking very aggressive. Interesting line. Most athletes opting for the right-hand line at the start. I think we'll see later on when people are trying to eke out time, they'll start to go a little bit more directly to that first upstream gate. And that's perfectly fine. The athletes are allowed to go through the gates backwards as long as they go through the gates in the direction that's determined by the pole colour. So green and white must be negotiated in a downstream direction, red and white in an upstream direction. The athletes only need to get their whole head and part of the boat through. So you'll see what's called ducking and weaving, where the athletes duck. There's a great classic duck. And you see quite often, we'll see that more in the K1 class in the upstream gates.
Yeah, no, he negotiated that, we call it V-plates, I believe, that section just sort of around gate 10 really well. You want to see them turning early and keeping the boat quite neutral and flat so they're able to pick up the hole. Yeah,
and now we're into the sharper end of the C1 competition. Perhaps not as big a field as it has been in previous years. We've had the retirement of 3 of our top C1 paddlers in the last year, with yourself, Ben Gibb, all stepping back from the course, and Sean Higgins, of course. So the opportunities for these young guys, remembering this is doubling as a selection race, So not only are they racing for that Oceania Championships, they're also racing for a place in the team, the New Zealand kayak team, to represent New Zealand at the World Championship, should they go ahead later on in the year.
Yeah, it's really positive to see the development and depth that's been cultivated in this class, with guys such as Finn really stepping up.
And now we have on the course Jack Eagan, perhaps ranked New Zealand's #1 paddler, but he was pipped yesterday by a fantastic run by Oliver Puckner. That's a challenging spin. Wow, great head movement there by Jack. Very tall athlete, can reach over the waves, got great flexibility. You'll see him really twist around. There was a good switch. That's where he changes the paddle from one side to the other. The athletes prefer to have the paddle on the downstream side if they can. And that's the side away, and you see he's switched there, back to his left. Wants to pull in here.
You see there when he kind of punched through it, he wasn't, when you punch through it and your boat's on top of the water, he really struggled to turn it for the second hole. So you look to see the athletes who can kind of just skip over that first one. It's a good test to see if they're going to have any luck.
Oh, I don't think there's so much luck there. I think it's more skill and whether they've executed their race plan very well. Remembering all of these athletes will get feedback from their coaches. They would have looked at the course for a long time this morning, have a plan in their mind where they want to put the boat, how they want to paddle the course, and then it's just going out there and executing your plan, the same as any sport, I think. And as we look up to the top of the course, we see Oliver Puckner, our last runner, the fastest qualifier yesterday in the heats. And he'll be loving to push Jack all the way down this course. He's paddling very, very well at the moment. Came back from a pretty serious back injury last year.
Yeah, no, nice through the first gate or two. Good spin there. A way to test at home if you think they're doing a good spin or not is whether it looks like they don't stop moving. Typically, if they're able to keep the boat flowing in a turn and downstream, that's going to be quite good. It's all about conservation of speed.
Yeah, and like any sport, the athletes that make it look easy are generally going a little bit better than those that making it look really challenging. And young Ollie may have got a little bit tangled there and there, remembering to touch a pole is 2 seconds penalties. But he's a talented athlete. I think he'll be able to pull this back and still make it through to that final.
Yeah, no, and I think he just did the best we've seen in Gate 12 yet. You know, he got some nice early angle and going for the punt there, which is all legal and above board, just using his paddle to push off the wall.
And there's a good switch, good example of the switch, nice and fast, transfer through paddle to the hands, and again, trying to get that blade on the more favoured side.
Yeah, and with his K-round background, he's so ambidextrous, you know, it really lends its hand at this switching strategy. Lovely. See there, he just really used his downstream edge to sort of get some pressure off the hole and use it to his advantage.
Yeah, these aren't like your typical recreational kayaks you'll see at home. 10 kilos, these boats all weigh. That's the minimum weight you're allowed for a C1. And they are very, very flat. Turn extremely well, but not very fast in a straight line. So they're not, and the C1, to be fair, probably not a comfortable recreational kayak. These guys are kneeling in the boat. They have a seatbelt over their thighs to make sure they can hold the boat and control their edges. And that was a great run by young Ollie. I think we'll be looking to see him feature fairly strongly in the final later on today.
Yeah, indeed. No, good to see fairly solid runs across the board on a challenging course.
Yeah, and then we'll be following through very shortly with the women's kayak semi-final. That will be featuring Luca Jones, Hannah Thomas, Martina Wegman, Jane Nicholas of the Cook Islands, Kenza Randall, Courtney Williams, Jamie Wilson, River Mutton, Mackenzie Grews, Holly Sheaf, Kalia Kulwick, and Casey Hales, Eva Roseberg, Pippi Ull, Grace Dooney, Eva Katoni, Kate Hawthorne, Gabby Lolahia, the local girl, and Jessica Cottrell.
Great to see Jack Eagan posting a clean time there, first of the day.
1:06, that's a very competitive time, I would suspect. Ollie, we saw him pick up those penalties, but still managed to put down a very good time. So provisional results, this looks like these are going to be our finalists going through. They'll all be racing off, doing their warm down, getting some feedback and feed forward from the coach on what they're going to have to do to take out that Oceania title.
Yeah, no, it'll be good to see what they can do later on in the afternoon, taking, as you say, drawing from this morning experience and whatnot.
And what a great view of the course we see now.
Yeah, no, not a breath of wind. Warm temperatures always makes warming up a bit easier if it's warm outside.
This is a great view, actually, when we look at this view. You can see the upstream at gate 1 on the left-hand side, and then the athletes have to get right across the river to get to gate 2. And as you alluded to earlier on in your commentary, Patrick, the athletes really need to have their boats turned in the direction they want to go before they arrive there. So at gate 2, you want to have your boat angling and already tracking back to gate 3, and then there's that very, very short distance between 3 and 4 where you want to be going back the other way. And that's, I think, why we're seeing so many athletes spinning. So they turn, they use that time to turn and get around a little bit slower, but safer. They're not incurring penalties, and they're getting the gates. Yeah,
indeed. I don't think we'll... I could be proven wrong, but I think you'll see everyone spinning gate 3, would you say, Ian, today? K1 included?
No, I think we'll definitely see a couple of K1s go direct.
Oh, okay. Oh, I guess we'll let history judge us. Oh, there he is. I don't know.
And here with C1 paddler Jack Eagan. Jack, talk us through that run.
It was pretty good. Just a few little spots here and there. But I hit the bottom in the 11-12 move, but it didn't cost me too much as I still made it in the upstream all right. But other than that, it was a pretty solid run. Boat kept moving on top of the water, and yeah, I was pretty happy with it.
How good is it to be racing on a Sunday finals day? Obviously 2 weeks ago it got cancelled. It's a beautiful day here in Auckland.
It's real good. Yeah, it was a bit of a shock to have to get the news that the Sunday race was cancelled last time, but it's nice to be racing now in such beautiful weather and such a nice course.
You're based up here as a student now. How the proximity to a training facility like Wero, how do you find it?
It's pretty good. It's location-wise, it's a little bit hard for Auckland University, but I still make it work. And I think if you want to be a top paddler, you have to make things work like that, which is what I try and do. But I really like this spot. It's a nice spot. It's just really a little bit too much wind sometimes, but it's a good spot overall.
And aims for the final, you were top qualifier in the semi-finals. What do you hope to do later on today?
Sort of just reenact the same as what I did then. Just keep the same good composure and just on top of don't take any risks or rushing anything. Just keep that boat moving and on top of the water I think is the goal.
Awesome, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Here it's like, we've worked real hard on having our policy, so it's bulletproof. You get the result, you get the place. What was it? And we're back live, ready for the women's K1 semi-final. We see our athletes sitting in the start block there. So what'll happen is she'll come launching out of there. There's an electronic beam between the 2 posts on the bridge. Once that beam is crossed, the athlete's time starts. So Jessica Cottrell, women's under 18. It is a selection race for the women's under 18. And of course, Oceania championships for juniors and under 23s and seniors. So quite a lot at stake, and it's great to see some of these young athletes coming up into race on what is a very, very challenging course today.
You know, it's great to see so much depth and development too within the women's class, and it's always been the way in Canoe Slalom, you know.
Yeah, I think so. I think a lot of that can probably go down to the success we've had over the years with our women athletes. You know, at the moment we have Luca Jones, you know, Olympic silver medalist, great role model for the girls. She's putting quite a lot back into the sport, which is fantastic to see. And before her, we had the Joel sisters, who also competed at an elite level and put a lot back into the sport. So, you know, they're living on the legacy, but of course, they have to get out there and do it themselves. And there's a great core. We've got a good core in Tauranga. We've got a good core over in the Hawke's Bay. And we've got a good crew down in Alexander.
Definitely. I remember a much younger version of myself at the humble age of about 14 was once on a development trip with Ian Mercer himself. And he suggested, rightly so, that when you're a young fella, you should watch the women, because often they're a bit more technically proficient and sound, as they don't have necessarily that brawn to just muscle over something. So I mean, plenty to be gained by tuning in.
Yeah. No, thanks, Patrick. That is a good point, and we're going to see some great racing today. We do have in the women's field 3 international paddlers, which is great to see. We've got Jane Nicholas representing the Cook Islands. She'll be going to the Olympics later on this year, should it occur. I think that's 135 days away. It could be out by a couple of days. And also Martina Wigman of the Netherlands. She's also booked her spot at Tokyo. So the final will hopefully feature those 3 athletes. And remembering it is 10 go through, and then it's a clean slate. So we're just waiting for a start here.
Yeah, no, quite right. But I mean, in slalom, anything can happen. It's all too easy to pick up that 50-second penalty and be out of the race.
Yeah, especially when you're racing on the edge. But we're very lucky, very fortunate in New Zealand. We've got the Victor Wero course here, and the staff are very supportive of the Canoe Slalom program. We have our base running out of here. And we are away with the women's kayak class, Oceania 2021. There's one of our up-and-comers, Jessica Cottrell. Lovely job, nice and patient in there. Very challenging course this at the top. And she's done that well, turned back nice and early. And opting to, perhaps not opting, but forced to miss gate 3. So she will have incurred a 50-second time penalty there, which is unfortunate because she's looking very, very precise.
Yeah, no, as you said earlier, this is a world-class course out here. So, just taking part and doing your best is all you can hope for at the end of the day.
Yeah, this young athlete's going very well. She's obviously not overly experienced on the course here at Victor Wero, but doing a very good job. She's got the right skills, just needs to work a little bit on the execution and the heavier whitewater perhaps.
Yeah, and it is daunting out there. You see where she is now. You've got this really pronounced current differential and waves and holes and boils, and it's not easy out there.
No, Victor Wero is renowned internationally as being a very intense course. There's a lot of features. There's never a pool or anywhere where you can rest. You've always got whitewater coming over the front deck. There's a lot of features going on. It is a very intense course. You need to be in top physical condition as well as having all those skills. And here we go. She's going very well down there, placing the strokes very nicely.
Yeah, doing well through there.
And now we have local paddler, Gabby Lola here from the Tamaki Paddle Sports. Only got into the sport once she saw this facility here, and has only been paddling a very short time. And it's great to see her out there on the course.
A great product of the grassroots club environment we've got going up here.
Oh, she's done well there. She's not got through gate 3, but she hasn't hit gate 4. So that's one of the little traps that the athletes can fall into. If you touch the gate past the one you're trying to do currently, you incur a penalty. And that's a bit of a shame. Gabby's going to sacrifice that one, but as I said, this is her first race on the big whitewater, and she's only been paddling for just under 2 years, and so she's one of our big hopes in the local area. Auckland not renowned for producing many slalom paddlers in recent times, but with this facility we've got a good crew coming up, and they get the senior team who train here all the time to work with them as role models.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Getting in a spot of grief there, but I'm sure she'll sort herself out quickly.
She'll be a little disappointed with that. She knows she can paddle a little better than that. There she goes. She's back on track again. Now starting to make the boat move forward. And here we go, our next runner down. That's young Kate Hawthorne, coached by her brother Alex, who was New Zealand under-18 representative. He's stepped back from the sport, doing a bit of coaching now, having a bit of a break.
Doing nicely. You see Kate there just really flanking the side of that hole. Stuff like that's what you like to see.
Yeah, and she's also struggled with that very tight sequence at the start.
Yeah, no, it's quite hard out there, when you're jumping through gate 2 to 3 over that hole, you can never be quite too sure how the boat's going to react. Doing nicely there. You want to look for the spin above gate 8, so then she can turn back and surf that surf that hole through to 9 and repeat the process.
Yeah, I think what we see a lot with the less experienced athletes is their boats rock from side to side a lot more. They don't quite have that core stability and the really incredible core strength that you need to hold your boat flat while it's getting thrown around by the whitewater.
Yeah, that just comes with experience and time in the saddle. It's a tricky course up there for some of the younger paddlers.
Oh, very, very tricky course, and hats off to them. They're all doing a great job. Once the course opens up, you can see that they're quite competent. It's a very, very tricky course.
Lovely through there. You see turning early, getting back before the gate.
And now we've got Oceania on the course. A lovely turn there, nice and tight, spending as little time as possible going away from the finish line.
Yep.
And yeah, getting tangled up there, but managing to get those gates, I think, Patrick.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's always up to the judges, but it looks positive. Doing nicely there, negotiating all the gates well. Yet to incur a 50-second penalty, I believe, which is positive.
Yeah, she's going well through this middle section of the course. Getting stuck a little bit. Oh, getting a good surf in that hole. And that's what can happen when you're a little bit lighter. The has its advantages. You go over the top, but in some of those stoppers, your boat will just stop like a cork.
Yeah. Which, I mean, you can use to your advantage, but more often than not, you want to keep going down towards the finish line. Really aggressive line there. Didn't quite work out for her, regrettably, but, you know, good on her for trying.
And in the start blocks now. We have our next athlete ready to go. And here they go. And this is young Grace Dooney. Comes from a very strong paddling family.
Lovely up one.
Yeah, great. Father Phil was a gold medalist in Downriver. Oh, look at that. That's a great display of how to get into gate 3. Got caught a little bit by the water there. And look at that. That's a great job. As I was saying, comes from a very strong family. Grandfather Tom, of course, represented New Zealand in sprint kayaking.
Superb edge control too, isn't it, Ian? See,
yeah,
so flat.
Yeah, I think the Hawke's Bay girls, they do a lot of canoe polo and a lot of other types of kayak activities, and so they're very versatile. They've been up here spending a bit of time. They get a little bit of coaching from, I think, Jamie Wilson and a few of the others, and the Hawke's Bay's looking like it's having a bit of a resurgence, particularly in the girls' class.
Yeah, no, good to see. Unfortunately, she wasn't quite high enough in that ferry glide behind gate 8, so she's falling off the back a little bit, but she recovered nicely.
Yeah, she's... Oh, no.
Oh, blast.
Oh, great roll. And will she get back? Will she recover? Oh, so unfortunate. What a great roll that was. Did we see that? And another one. And another great... Oh, she's broken a paddle.
Oh, no.
She's broken her paddle. An equipment failure out there. That is fantastic by such a young athlete to remain composed.
Yeah, wow.
I wonder if we'll get a replay of that. That was fantastic.
Particularly as you run out of puff, you know, halfway down the course,
so
you're panting.
Will she recover? Yeah, look at this. Just here we go. There it goes over. So unfortunate. And here we go. Got both blades there. She's going to flip here. And another one. And comes up with just one. Oh. And good morning and welcome to the Wero Whitewater Park, home for the 2021 Oceania Canoe.
One of those concrete blocks, and the pressure of the whitewater just snapped it.
Yeah, and we've got young Pippi all on the course now. We'll see her older brother Mikkel on the course, and of course Father Andy's out here helping, as many of the kids' parents are that are competing. And Andy, of course, no stranger to whitewater, and these guys live right on the Kaituna River at O'Kerry Falls, so they get to practice on the whitewater a lot. Yeah,
no, really talented family. You notice the mark of a paddler that can exercise some controllers. Their bow very rarely kind of flicks up and does chaotic, wild things. Nearly always having good contact and pressure with their boat in the water.
Yeah.
skipping over all those waves nicely. Really understands how to paddle some, more challenging whitewater.
Yeah, just measured strokes, not doing too much, knows that the water's going quite swift, keeping the boat in the right place, letting the water do the work. Perhaps needs to refine a little bit on some of those gate sequences, hitting a lot of poles.
Yeah, no, those 2 second penalties, they really do rack up.
And now we have Eva Romberg on the course, also from the Hawke's Bay. What a great job of getting into gate 3. These young Hawke's Bay girls are doing well.
It's one of the best we've seen yet.
Oh, yeah, and then gets caught. Probably relaxed, starting to think about the gate ahead.
Yep.
You do have to plan ahead, but you want to stay in the moment as well.
Indeed. And you only really need 1, maybe 2 strokes from gate 3 to 4, but they're very crucial to get.
Yeah, one of the things when you're watching at home about canoe slalom is you get to design your own boat design. You can choose whatever colours and patterns and everything you want on, and you can see those kids that really work hard. Well, not only kids, but the senior athletes as well work hard on getting a great look on the water. It looks good in the photos. They feel good and they look nice.
Yep. No, it's a point of pride for paddlers of all ages.
Although I must admit, sometimes people's designs don't work out quite as well as they were hoping.
Yeah. No else.
Oh, she's got hit by that big wave there and not going to... just drops below that bollard. Not able to get into that entry into that upstream. So she got hit by the whitewater. You can use the whitewater if you have a little bit of an angle on the boat. The boat will turn towards the wave. If you're a little bit straight, you just get hit straight on. And now we have Casey Hales in the start of the course, but we are still watching young Eva, and she's doing a great job out here.
Yep,
there's not much she needs to tidy up. Just at international competition, a small mistake is extremely costly, and that's how the course designers make it. You have to be able to separate the athletes. If the course is too easy, there's no separation. You make a very challenging course, and there'll be a little separation between the better and more experienced athletes and those who can't quite execute their skills as well.
Casey Hales on screen though, doing quite nicely into gate 7, a little bit low, but she kept the boat moving and whatnot.
Yeah, Casey also from the Hawke's Bay, although now studying. So moves away from Hawke's Bay. So that's as you went through, Patrick. It's a challenging time for some of our under 18 and under 23 athletes. The transition from home to going away to university, trying to keep up training.
Oh, indeed. And I believe she's in Palmerston North, so few lesser, not as many paddlers down there to sort of support you in those hard winter morning training sessions. But I'm sure she still gets out there and gets some good training done.
Oh, she's certainly looking fit on the course, which is great.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's one of the really good advents with this Auckland course. Now, many of our students that transfer from school to university have a really good group and cohort up here to remain a part of.
And here's young Kalia Kulwick from Canoe Slalom Bay of Plenty, part of that squad. We saw Kalia in the C1 class as well, and we'll probably see her later in the day in the C1 class. She's really kicked on, done a lot of work through the winter. She's going for what's called a bogey, going round behind the gate and setting off, and that looks like it's worked quite well for her.
Yeah, she did that expertly. Really gutsy, powerful little paddler.
And driving into the second upstream, the first upstream on the right, gate 7. And the athletes want to minimise their time in these upstreams in the red and white gates. And she's done that well. She's used that water well to get across. And taking some rather conservative lines here, but I guess she's figuring if I get all the gates, I go conservative, I make that final, then I can really go for it. And she may have taken that a little bit hard. I think you alluded to that, Patrick, earlier, that you've just got to be pointing in the direction you want to go when you go through those gates. By being too straight, the water's not able to catch the bow and take her through into that upstream. So that'll be a little disappointing for her.
Yep. No, if you're on line through that sequence, you only need a couple strokes, without much effort. But if you're even a fraction offline or a fraction off balance, it's really quite an ordeal.
Yeah, balance plays a key part in a canoe slalom boat. The edges are designed to grip the water. If you grip the water in the wrong direction, the boat will shoot off in the wrong direction.
Absolutely.
Young Holly Sheaf, also out of Canoe Slalom Bay of Plenty.
like many athletes, I think she had some shoulder issues a year or two ago, but seems to have come back nicely, done the prerequisite rehab and whatnot.
Yeah, very demanding sport on shoulders, canoe slalom. And Holly's looking very good. She's really impressed me over the weekend. She's really attacking the course. She's obviously done a lot of fitness work. And so knowing you've got that fitness in the bank, I think it gives you a little bit more confidence.
It does, certainly with a course that's so demanding at the first third, you know.
Here we go. This is, will she get her bow pointing back the other way? This is the key move here.
Oh,
great.
I
And uses
out.
the second wave to get into that upstream.
Perfect.
Not ideal, but very good.
Yeah, no, she can be happy with that. You saw she was successful because through gate 11, she just did a little right stroke just to lift the bow over and get her pointing.
Yep, and she's done 12-13 very well, staying on top of the water. And we are starting to move down into the more experienced end of the field now. Remembering the athletes are reverse seated from yesterday's qualification runs. So we're getting to better and better and more experienced ranked athletes.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Holly's had to go back a little bit for that one. Now we have Mackenzie goes in. Mackenzie is very strong.
Very strong and very smart too, studying medicine here in Auckland, utilising the proximity of the Whitewater course and the university.
Look at that, goes for the spin option. She's paddling well. I watched her paddling in the extreme racing and she's very, very strong. She can certainly make a boat move. And she's doing a good job here. She's staying nice and tight on the poles, nice and tight, not wasting any time.
Oh,
great job there.
Turning early before 8 and allowing yourself to really catch the hole and make the most of it. Use the Whitewater to her advantage.
And here we go. Will she get the bow back? I suspect she won't have too many problems with this. She spent a lot of time on the course.
There you go.
There
Reaching
we go.
for the second hole.
Yep.
Best we've seen yet from the ladies.
I think that's right. And then the lovely surf across into 13. They should be right underneath that pole and a big sweep out and it punts off the wall. So not wanting to put the commentator's mocker on it, but Mackenzie doing a very good job in the top part of the course.
Yeah, no, exactly. Just showing you once again that unlike the sailing, it's not all about the start. You know, Mackenzie picked up a touch on gate 3, was able to sort of recenter herself and did well through that middle section. Really catching that hole nicely too.
Yeah, into the upstream, I think we'll start to see a bit more going on now with the more experienced athletes coming down. Mackenzie dropping a little low there on that main wave. She'll be a bit disappointed there, and she's working her way hard over to the side. And if we look carefully, we can see the water on the far side, on the bottom right of our screen, is going upstream, so taking us all up really fast.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Sprinting to the finish. Only a gate or two more.
Yeah, she's tired. You can see she's not able. She's pulling really hard, trying to hold that body flat, and just really pulling. They know there's only 10 of them going through to that final.
Nicely done. Here's River Mutton, doing well. She had a she had an issue or two yesterday, despite all her big whitewater training on the bottom drop, but she was able to come back nicely in the second runs, and she's done that superbly. Well done.
Yeah. Another one of those families that's involved in the sport. You'll see young Rivy's older brother Zach race later on in the men's kayak class. And these guys are based at Oceania Falls as well, along with the All family. So they get to paddle together a lot, and they get to paddle on whitewater a lot. So they certainly can bring all of those skills to bear at the Victor Wero course.
She's getting through that middle stagger section quite nicely. Running the lines quite tight. You're still really fighting for those strokes to the last minute, but it all worked out well.
Yeah, she's doing a good job.
Here we go. Let's see how she goes on the bottom drop. See if she learned her lesson from yesterday. Big jump. Oh, nicely done. That's great to see. Skimming in perfectly.
And on the top of the course, we have young Jamie Wilson from Hawke's Bay. She's overcooked her turn. Oh, she's upside down, and a great roll by Jamie. Will she? Yeah, good. She's got the spatial awareness to know she needs to get back up there. That's a great roll. That's fast.
Yep.
Probably better to do that at the start of your run when you're not puffing too hard.
Yep, no, you're quite right.
so we've seen a couple of rolls out there, so it's obviously a challenging course. Grace Dooney, the roll with just one paddle, that was fairly fantastic earlier on, and now we've got Jamie Wilson. Great skills there, well used of the hole. The boat didn't even slow down.
Yeah, that's really quite impressive. Didn't quite get across enough for the last gate in that stagger.
Yeah, quite often a sign of a challenging course is the number of penalties the athletes pick up. And we're seeing quite a lot of penalties in this top part of the course. I would expect that, you know, one or two penalties you'll get through into the top 10. But any more than that, you might be struggling to make the top 10 today. And I'd expect our top athletes pretty much from this part of the field on not to get any penalties whatsoever.
Yeah, one may hope, although yesterday we didn't see a single clean run in first runs.
And now we have on the course Courtney Williams. Courtney under 23 athlete. She trains here. This is her home course now. Was one of the first athletes to move to Auckland to train here.
Going for the direct.
And goes direct and gets it. Although now she's gone direct, she's not managed to get... Oh, showing a bit of rodeo skills there. Gets herself back on track. So the direct was a great move, but then she had to do the spin between 4 and 5.
Yeah, and in slalom, it's all too easy to get sucked into trying to do this one challenging move when sometimes it's the next adjacent couple gates that are almost more important than said move.
Yeah, so...
Nicely through the V-plate section, though.
Yeah, I would expect it. It's funny you should call that V-plates. Most viewers at home are probably unaware, but all the rapids, all the features, anything that's slightly specific will be given a name. So that the athletes, when they're talking to each other and talking about the course or talking with their coaches, they all know where they're talking about, because the course gates don't stay here all the time and they change all the time, whereas the water features stay the same.
Yep, no, more or less.
And Courtney's looking like she's building into what's turning into a nice run here.
Yeah, no, she's doing well. She's really showing that local experience.
She'll be looking for the, definitely looking for a place in the final, and she'll be really pushing hard for a spot in the team, remembering this is also a selection race.
Yep. Doing well. Their throw team a little bit low, but she knew she just needed to push a bit, use a bit more of that energy to get into 19.
Nice tight jump in, very close in on that. Great upstream.
Really good to see her pause. You saw just as she was rolling over the crest of the drop, pausing and waiting for that jump. You don't want to jump when you're at the top of the drop. You need to wait a split second.
Yeah, and now we have Kenza Randall. And Kenza and Courtney will be battling for that New Zealand spot. And Kenza's opted for the spin, and I would say that was probably a little bit quicker, Patrick.
Yeah, no, I think it was. Really good there. You see that her boat and her head kept moving the whole time, you know, conserving energy and just using the water and the eddy to her advantage.
Yeah, I think now we're into the... I think Kenza did... I can't see what happened there.
And she got through.
Oh, great. Yeah, and then we're into the first of our international paddlers, if we discount the New Zealand paddlers, and that would be Jane Nicholas of the Cook Islands. And Jane, she's already booked her place to Tokyo, and she comes from an extremely strong kayaking family.
Yep.
We had Ella's represented the Cook Islands at 2 Olympics, Bryden at 1 Olympics, and following in the family tradition, we're going to have Jane there. And of course, they all came through with the New Zealand development squad, New Zealand extending that invitation to the Cook Islands, and that's paid dividends for both countries, I believe.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And just, you know, adding further kudos to her and the family, you know, they're all qualified practicing doctors.
They're practicing being doctors, or they are doctors?
No, well, I mean, I think that's the correct term, isn't it? The practicing. Could be wrong. I'm not a doctor myself.
Yeah, so here comes Jane. I think we'll see a step up now in the paddling. And I know Jane's put her medical career on hold. That's a direct, and is she going to pull it back around? She could be the first one to... Oh, interesting. Going direct and then spin 4. So we've had... Yeah, I think it went well, whether it was the plan or not. But we've seen the 3 options now from our last 3 girls. We've had the direct 3, spin between 4 and 5. We've had the spin 3, direct 4 and 5, and then we've had the direct 3, direct 4, spin 5. So we've had the whole 3 options. Jane catching her tail there, shows her experience and just pauses, lets the boat settle, and then drives the boat back into the upstream. Into 13, she'll be nice and tight on that. So as I was saying, Jane put her medical career on hold, so she's pretty much training full time now for Tokyo.
Here's hoping, weather permitting, only 130 days or so away.
Yeah, I think it's not to do with the weather. I think it's something to do with the virus. And yes, look at Jane. She's working hard here. She said she's not as fit as she would like to be, but she's certainly got the experience out there to get the boat in the right place.
Nicely done there. Good firm inside stroke on the left-hand side to really pull her into gate 21.
I think she'll be fairly happy with that as long as things stay on course. Look
Hannah
at
Thomas.
that. Hannah
Nice
Thomas. Now this is one of the big improving stories over the winter. Hannah has really kicked on this year. She's a lot fitter and stronger, spent a bit of time in the gym, a lot of time on the water, and this is really showing in her paddling. Look how tight she is on there. She's certainly, ooh. And uses the Whitewater to get back across. This is proving to be a lot more challenging than some of the athletes thought. I think they may have taken this section a little lightly.
You know, it's a move we practice a fair amount, but you have to respect it.
Yeah, I think in a course like this, you'll get quite focused on the first 4 gates and perhaps mentally switch off a little bit once you've done those for the next 4. But you've just got to stay focused on this course. It's a very challenging course.
Absolutely. Seeing probably the best top half we've seen yet from the K1 woman. Really superbly done gate 13 there on the backstroke.
Yeah, I think Hannah's putting together a very solid run. She'll also be competing in the C1 class, so she'll have 4 runs to do today, she'll be hoping, if she makes through to the final. And we are down into our final 3 runners with Hannah. She'll be followed down by Luca Jones. And then our fastest qualifier in qualification yesterday, Martina Eagan of the Netherlands. And here we go, Luca Jones taking the direct line, the hard left line, direct to the gate. And I don't think we've seen anybody do that quite that fast.
No, you're really cutting the lines tight. Nicely did the direct, pulling out.
Luca is renowned for paddling right on the edge. She minimises the distance she has to travel and stays very, very tight on the poles, as we've seen in every gate so far.
Picking up a touch here as she sort of tried to get the boat in above the gate.
This is a fine display. And it is a real shame that we don't have some other international competitors here for Luca to race against, because she is looking like she is paddling extremely well.
Yeah, and you just saw that's a lesson in how to do gate 11 to 12.
Yeah, I suspect most of the K1 men will be watching this run and going, yep, if I can do that, I'll be pretty happy. Yeah, this is looking like a fine display of canoe slalom. Using the water well. As we all know, Luca is very fit and very strong, but very, very skilled as well. So when things go a little bit offline, she's got that strength to pull it back, but things generally don't go offline too much for her, except there.
Doing it nicely.
Whoa, what a great display of skills. You saw that blade just feathering backwards and forwards in that, pulled herself around the pole and made a recovery for what could have been quite a difficult manoeuvre.
Absolutely. 2 gates to go, and you know she'll be in the hot seat, I imagine.
Yeah, I think you did right, Patrick. I think Luca will have done enough to, looks like a 105, and Martina Eagan of the Netherlands on the top of the course, our fastest qualifier, and not to be written off by any means. She is very, very quick in a slalom boat.
Absolutely. Nicely through there.
And remembering this is semi-finals, you've only got to make that top 10, and this is looking very good.
Yeah. See there, Martina crossing more of that initial hole through gate 11. More difficult to do compared to Luca's line around the side.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's out of these two. Currently, on what we've seen, for who will be taking out first place in the semi-final and having the advantage of going last in the final.
Really straight through there, making it work.
Yeah, Martina very, very comfortable on the Whitewater. She paddles here a lot. She's based her training this winter down here, so she has spent a lot of time on the course. She will be familiar with the course. And done that upstream very nicely.
Really nicely done.
And we'll all be waiting, and we may just get a little glimpse as we look down on the left-hand side. They're the poles that she's touched. She's only had one touch on gate 11, provisionally, by the looks.
I could be wrong there, but she might be in first place. We'll have to see when these provisional results come out shortly.
Oh! See young Gabby there waiting to be interviewed.
And we're here with Gabby Lola here. Gabby, talk us through that run.
That run wasn't as expected. I planned it out to be a lot more, how can I say this, straightforward in my head, but as soon as I went down, it wasn't as planned, so it was a bit wonky.
You're one of our youngest competitors at the Oceania Championships at 15. This is your first one, is it?
Yes, my very first Oceania. I'm so proud of myself for finishing, especially this course. It was a hard course, but it was good. Yeah, it's quite fun being here.
Gabby, talk us through the last couple of weeks because they've been quite eventful for you.
Yeah, I haven't been on the water for about a month now since I go to Papatoe High. Even though we're in isolation, it was still good, like just to do some land training and stuff. But yeah, it was kind of weird not being able to be on the water as much as I used to be, and then coming straight to a competition, straight out of lockdown. Yeah.
How did you find that? Did you have to do a lot of mental training for that?
Yeah, definitely. It was, the whole thing is a mental game, I reckon. Yeah.
You've got secondary school nationals and open nationals in a couple of weeks. Tell us how excited you are about that.
Oh, I'm so excited. I can't wait to go down because hopefully I get to I can ace this one this time because I've done secondaries before, just not at this river though. I'm excited to see a new river.
And how is it being on the same course and competing alongside Olympians and the likes of Hannah and Jane and all those people?
Well, I would say it's inspiring actually, just to see them doing so well. And you get to ask them can you give me some tips or some pointers? They're like, yeah, of course I can. They take time out of their day to help you. You know what I mean? Yeah.
That's awesome. Thank you very much for that, Gabby.
Thank you.
And the results will be coming in very shortly. These will be the provisional results. The athletes have a short time to contest those, and let's have a look at that. And you're quite right, Patrick. It looks like Martina Eagan, fastest qualifier in the semi-final, fastest qualifier in qualification. Really putting the pressure on Jones.
Yeah, no, you see there, Jones touching two gates. If she hadn't touched that one, she would have won. So that just goes to show at the top, that one touch, it might be a momentary lack of focus can really cost you.
Yeah, so looking at our results, we've got Martina Eagan of the Netherlands, Luca Jones, Hannah Thomas, Jane Nicholas of the Cook Islands, Courtney Williams, Kenza Randall, Young River Mutton, Mackenzie Grews, Holly Sheaf, Jamie Wilson, Pippi Auld, Casey Hales, and Eva Romberg. But only 10 of those will be going through to the final. It looks like our cut-off point is young Jamie Wilson from the Hawke's Bay. So that's very, very good for the Hawke's Bay to have someone in the final. And we're going through to see some comments from some of these other athletes.
We're here with Hannah Thomas. Hannah, talk us through that run.
Yeah, no, it was a really solid run, and there are a couple of mistakes which I can hopefully fix up in the final. So it was a good run to put down for now, and yeah, we'll see what the final brings.
Training in the last couple of weeks, how disruptive has it been, or have you managed to get plenty of time on the water? Yeah,
no, it's actually been really good having to train. I went down to Tauranga for a couple of weeks, so I was able to train at the Kaituna River when we were in that little lockdown. So I've been really lucky with my training. During the 4 weeks lockdown, I trained a lot, very hard, even off of the water. So yeah, it was really good fun.
That's the thing with COVID, is you've got to get creative with the training, don't you?
Yeah, definitely. I was skipping in the garden most days, doing workouts, trying to persuade Callum to do workouts with me. But yeah, no, it's good.
The results here this weekend, obviously you're trying to get as close to Luca as possible. Are you enjoying that aspect of it?
Yeah, absolutely love it. It's really good to have somebody like Luca at the top, so we're able to focus kind of getting closer to her. Yeah, it's really good, and she puts down some really solid runs, and yeah, so good to look at.
And what are you focused on mostly? Obviously C1 and K1, it's a big weekend for you. Are you working on any aspects in particular?
Yeah, just focusing on putting down solid runs, being happy with them, and yeah, being clean, solid. That's really it.
Good luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, back on the course. You can see the course is fairly deserted. The judges have gone. They'll all take a break, get out of the sun. A beautiful day here in the Mighty Tamaki Makaurau, and we'll come back to the second session of the day, which will be at 10:20. Which will be at 10:20, and we can see that on the screen. And good morning and welcome to the Wero Whitewater Park, home for the 2021 Oceania Canoe Slalom Championships. We're looking live at the course, and as we look down the course we can see a very challenging course set today. 24 gates need to be negotiated by the athletes, and we're looking at the whitewater features from an aerial view today. 24 degrees, looking fantastic for racing. No wind that can affect those poles. Remembering the athletes must negotiate those 24 gates in a numeric order. As we go through the course we can see there's a lot of challenging whitewater. Once they've negotiated those gates, it's just a short sprint to the finish, and we can see now the motorway flowing well. The southern motorway there, and in the foreground we have the smaller course, the learner course, but today of course we're on the top international course out at the Tamaki Paddle Sports home venue at Wero Whitewater. We go back up the course, we can see those gates have been set in very challenging positions, and we're moving up the course. We can see the motorway, we can see what's a beautiful weather. 24 degrees, no wind to affect the athletes today. A few athletes in the warm-up pool and down on the flat on the lake, so the athletes will warm up down on the lake, move up, and here's a nice close-up showing some of those gates that we'll be negotiating. The green and white ones, of course, in a downstream direction. Now we've got an athlete on the course. That's Luca Jones, New Zealand silver medalist from Rio, demonstrating some upstream techniques. That's where the gates must be negotiated upstream. They're the red and white poles. Martina Wegman of the Netherlands also on the course now, having a little warm-up. And there's a great exhibition of how fast these athletes can turn these boats, keeping the bow up out of the water so it spins faster. The main drop, the last main.
And welcome back to the first final of the 2021 Oceania Wero Whitewater Championships. This is the C1 men's final. And first off, we have Ashton Blair. I'm Patrick Washer, and shortly joining me is Ian Mercer. I was formerly a C1 paddler, so I'll try to offer some fleeting insights as we get through, but it's a really tight course out there today. It'll be really interesting to see how these C1 men can negotiate it following their semi-final run we had a few hours earlier. After the semi-final, obviously paddlers start in reverse order, so the fastest are at the end, and the earlier qualifiers are first off. Jack Eagan won with a time of 1:06 and clean, no penalties. The rest of them managed to, it's a tight course out there, you know, they picked up a couple penalties along the way, so we're really excited to see how these guys go, and hopefully they can stay off the poles. We should have a really tight competitive race on our hands. I believe racing starts very shortly, within a minute. Obviously Ashton Blair off first, followed by Cole Anderson, Lewis Groves, James Senior, Charlie Bell, and then at the sharp end of the final we've got Finn Anderson, Ollie Puckner and Jack Eagan. It's been a real battle at the top there between Ollie and Jack to see who came out on top, but it'll be good to see what the guys can put down. And just joining me here is the ever insightful Ian Mercer.
Thanks, Patrick. Just been down doing a bit of a bathroom stop, and we're ready for the finals for the men's C1, I believe.
Yep, no, we sure are. And within 10 seconds, Ashton will be on his way. There he is, coming out of the start blocks now. Be entering your screens anytime.
Yeah, just a young under-18 athlete, so he'll know he's in the running for an Oceania title as a junior, and also maybe can push himself up into maybe an under-23 position as well.
Yeah, indeed. Early touch there for Ashton, which is always tough, but I'm sure he'll come back from it.
Yeah, so Blair was the final qualifier for the C1 final. So remember, it's in reverse seating from what we just saw in the semi-final just half an hour ago. Well, I guess it was more like an hour and a half for these athletes.
Yep.
And then he'll be followed down by Cole Anderson, Lewis Groves, James Senior, Charlie Bell, Finn Anderson, Oliver Puckner, and our final runner on today's course will be Jack Eagan.
Yeah, no, Ashton doing pretty well so far. Into 12, nice and tight, which certainly isn't easy to do. Pushing the bow up, ferry gliding across 13, minimising the turn he needs to do in the up.
Yeah, he's driving the boat very well. He's obviously had some good feedback between runs, and this is looking a lot tighter than what we saw in the semi-final.
Yeah. No, in that hour and a half break, you'd expect the paddlers to spend maybe 10 minutes or so warming down, followed by, a quick snack as they converse with their coaches and fellow paddlers about how they handle and negotiate several of the tight moves on the course today.
He's certainly looking good. And we're coming down to the main drop. And funnily enough, on the course today, the main drop's probably one of the less challenging sequences.
Yeah, no, certainly, which isn't always the case.
No. So it is kind of nice that you've got something you're fairly confident doing. Just sitting there at the finish of the course when you're really tired. Quite often the very bottom of the course is where the most challenging moves are set to make sure that the athletes, when they're really fatigued, still have impeccable technique.
Yeah, no, good to see sprinting to the finish there. That's a solid run for Ashton.
Yeah, now on the top of the course now we have young Cole Anderson.
Yeah, Cole, plenty of talent there. Seeing he's actually in my old boats. I mean, I'm sure he'll have a good run. Nice spin there. That's beautiful. Just keeping the nose down, pulling out.
Yeah, I think we'll see a big improvement on the runs. Of course, the athletes have paddled the same course today earlier in the semi-final, which was a totally different course, of course, from the qualification runs. So that this is their second run on this course, so they should be a little bit more familiar with it, and probably won't take the sections quite as lightly as what they may have done in the first section. And that was a great recovery. He's going to use this wave to surf in now. He's just got to control the bow, keep the bow down. Yeah, great job by the young man.
Yeah, no, that was superb. Showing, he's really put in. Quite often these younger guys from CSBOP, they come up in the weekends and they bring the van and the trailer and that, get a good few sessions on this. So it's really showing the knowledge he's been able to pick up over those training sessions.
He's looking strong. I think it's an interesting course. I don't think it's one of those courses where you're going to win or lose it on just one move. I think it's just an increment by increment course. And it's just, you can just see the time drain away, and little crosses like this drop just slightly low on the cross. You lose maybe 1-2 seconds. You do that 3 or 4 times and you're just off the pace. There's no huge catastrophes, no huge big mistakes out there. It's just little increments. And there's another, not a huge mistake, quite a big one, but not huge. Still manages to get the gate, but it just takes up time and takes up energy.
Yeah, no, it definitely doesn't help. And as we saw in the K1 Women's semi-final, touches can really make or break a race. Luca Jones coming in second, she picked up an additional touch, which Martina Wigman didn't have.
Yeah, both paddled extremely well, though, I would say.
Oh, yeah, certainly. I believe this is Lewis at the top of our screens.
Lewis Goose.
Always exciting, plenty of talent.
Yeah, we'll also, I think we'll see his sister perhaps later in the day in the women's final. So the family got a strong tradition there.
Yep. Going fairly well so far. Obviously an early touch on 3. The direct there on the crossbow is really quite tricky, and he's done that superbly. That's amazing what he's just done.
He's used the water extremely well.
Oh, yeah. And he made it look deceivingly easy.
And
washing it a bit low.
It is quite funny. I do remember from my day when you've made a few mistakes and you're really struggling to get the boat back in line. You look at the upstream as a punch, just upstream gate as a chance to reset, and you can get your exit angle and exit speed out of that gate just correct, and you're good to go.
Yeah, absolutely.
And often you can make a good recovery on the second half of the course after really struggling to get it together on the top half, or vice versa.
No, for sure. Lewis, he's sort of picked up a few touches as he's gone down his run, but his lines have paradoxically been quite good. Three more gates to go. We're looking to skim through this hole nicely and negotiate the final 2 before the sprint to the finish. You see paddlers really bending over and just exerting everything they've got for that final sprint.
Yeah, the times, this is it. This is the make or break run. This is the Oceania titles up for grabs here in under 18, under 23 and senior men's class. As well as that, they've got selection on the back of their minds, I'm sure. Paddler 71, James Senior, and he's looking very smooth and controlled at the start.
Yeah, no.
And commentators mocker, and there goes. And that's a great display there of the C1 Eskimo roll, first one we've seen today. So totally different technique to a kayak Eskimo roll. But he's executed that well, and as we alluded to in the ladies K1, perhaps a roll at the start of the course isn't as bad as at the bottom when you're really breathing hard, and that small break where you can't breathe really is damaging.
Yeah, quite interestingly too, there we just saw in the replay. Obviously he rolled over and rolled up very quickly, and as he rolled over, his body kind of is a bit of a sea anchor almost, and it meant that he didn't go down too far. So while it's certainly not desirable, it's far from the end of the world.
Yeah.
Really good angle. Hopefully he can hold it. Oh, he just kind of lost it a little bit. That's where you see C1. He would have had to go to his crossbow, reach across his boat to be able to reset that angle. And then the K1s just don't have that to worry about. But he negotiated it well.
Yeah, that is true, Patrick. For those who may have joined us, this is the C1 category. They are it's called Canoe 1. They're kneeling in the boat. They actually are kneeling and have seatbelt type arrangements over their thighs to hold them in the boat, and just paddle on with the one blade, whereas opposed to the more traditional, particularly in New Zealand, kayak class, which we mostly would call canoeing in New Zealand, funnily enough.
Yep, no, it's ambiguous terms thrown around. He's had a spot of bother around 18, but he's sort of recirced around and doing his best to finish strongly.
Yeah, I wonder how much it is for these young guys. This is their first final. Oceania, they know there's a title up for grabs, and they get a little excited at the start and perhaps don't quite have the fitness to hold it together all the way.
Yeah, no, you do see that. You just lose a little bit of that zest off your strokes, and that jump into 21, you really need to give it your all and be as fresh as possible.
Yeah, that is definitely a move where you're going to use 100% of your effort to make that jump, to really launch the boat. You have to lift the boat up with your legs and your abs, keep the front dry at the same time the upper body's thrusting the boat forward. So quite a powerful and explosive move. As we get a view down the course now.
Yeah,
no. You can see on our top left-hand side, you can see the judges with their score sheets and their iPads. They watch each gate and they transmit back to race headquarters should a paddler incur a penalty, and there's judging stations on every gate. So a big thank you to all our parents and people who spend time out there judging and doing compiling and helping make the race run well.
And as you're seeing on your screens, conditions couldn't be better. We've got a brilliantly cloud-free, warm, airless day here, or windless, I should say, day here in Manukau. And thankfully back to COVID level 1, so we don't have that to worry about. It appears Charlie Bell isn't at the start line, so he either forgot his watch or might be in a spot of bother. No, I stand corrected.
There we go. Let's have a look. So currently, as we look, these are the provisional results being posted. Looks like Lewis Cruiser's had a pretty good run.
Yeah,
and he's currently holding first position. Of course, it is reverse order, so our better athletes will come down later on in the field. That's our Oliver Puckner and Jack Eagan would be considered the two top contenders for this race, I would suspect. Charlie Bell, we can see him over there. He's just making some adjustments to his thigh braces, and he'll move into the start blocks very shortly. But as we look down, you alluded to the wind, Patrick. So the athletes, as we can see, they paddle very, very close to the poles. And if there's wind, then those poles swing, and you have to adjust your line constantly down the course. Very, very difficult. And we see Charlie sitting in the start block now. His time will start as he crosses between the two posts of the bridge. There's an electronic beam. Once that beam's broken, the race begins for Charlie. He'll just be quickly going through it in his mind, what he's going to do, maybe reviewing a couple of sections of the course, or maybe just reviewing the whole thing. Everybody has their own strategy. What was your strategy, Patrick, when you were in the start blocks?
Just try to keep it together, to be honest. I'd try to purge my mind of all extra thoughts and then just kind of rehearse the first sort of 3 to 5 gates in my head, just to really center yourself and try to build into that run. You don't really get it on the tally here, but these guys, you've got 24 gates, but it's really important to try and get a bit of momentum going at the top of the course. Good to see too, Charlie came here with a fresh aerodynamic haircut, which is good to see. He's brought everything he can to the big race.
Yeah, we'll just see he's just sitting there. Can be quite a fraught time for an athlete. If there's a little hiccup and your start time's been changed, you've done your warm-up, you've come up with conveyor belt. Remembering that Wero is an artificial course and the water is pumped to the top. and goes down into the lake. We can sometimes see when we get views further down the course, there's a lake in the middle the athletes can warm up on. They come up the conveyor belt into a small pool, so they can't perhaps do quite the warm up they would like. They'll just do a few spins. As we can see in the background here now, we've got athletes just spinning, just keeping the muscles warm. They will have done their warm up. You know, had something to eat probably between the runs, got the feedback from the coaches, and now it's just them on the start line.
You know, it's always a fine line too, you know, how much warm-up do you want to do? Because you don't want to run your race before you get to the start blocks, but you really want to have that muscle fully warmed up and the blood flow circulating.
Yes, as we wait here, there may have been some small technical hitch.
Yeah, I think 10:33 is when we're meant to kick back off, so within the minute.
Yeah, we have had the break between the 5 and the 5. It's a new format for international racing, 2-minute gaps once you reach the final. That gives the coaches time to give their athletes the feedback, get back up and say, well, our plan was good, we're going to have to go all out, or say, well, no one's managed to do anything spectacular out there, our plan stands as it was, we don't need to eke out any seconds.
Yep. Charlie currently studying at the University of Waikato, so taking full advantage of the proximity to the Waikato River and using its natural eddies and things for his interval training, and that he no doubt completes.
And here we are, our final 5 runners for the C1 final at Oceania 2020.
Beautiful start into gate 1. You can see Charlie really means business here.
As we said before, very strong paddler. He quite often will just hold that blade in the water, but he'll be pulling very hard on it, just twisting the angle and using the feather of the blade to grip the water and let the water do the work. Not the stroke rate of some of the younger guys, but very, very powerful.
Good to see Charlie turn into gate 7. He had a brilliant first 5 gates and just pausing to not get too carried away into the up. Being careful to not collect it with the bow on his way in.
Oh, he's showing his that's a bit of a shame. He showed his experience there. He dropped a little bit low, and he just you saw him there just feel down the side of his, put a dent in his boat. But he dropped a little bit low. He grabbed the bollard and was about to haul himself back up, but just had gone too far down the river. So it's perfectly fine to take your hands off the paddle, grab, use the features of the course, the rocks or the bollards or anything else. The one thing you can't do is use your hands to move the poles out of the way.
No.
He would definitely incur a 50-second time penalty for doing that. And Charlie's just, like the true athlete he is, he's just getting his run back on board. He knows the race is effectively over for him. He's not going to get a title this year, but he still wants to show people that he's still doing the good work.
Yeah, no, that was a shame because Charlie was...
Now he's just, it's all just fallen apart for the young man.
Yeah, the wheels have somewhat come off the wagon.
He may have damaged his boat with hitting that bollard. I hope not, but we may find that Charlie's got a bit of water, and we're going to see a replay of what happened here for Charlie. There he goes round and catches an edge, and only paddling on one side, he can't support on that side, so he's back up.
Yeah, no, I hope Charlie, though, takes a lot of confidence from his first half. That was a really, really good class effort.
And in the top now, we've got young Finn Anderson, another one of those CSBOP athletes. Beautiful spin.
Really good, zippy little paddler. Nicely into up 7. He'll be looking to create a bit more space as he's on the crossbow there to turn the boat back. Gripping, see, he lost his balance a little bit there and caught an edge, so the boat couldn't turn so freely. But he's really done well to come back from that.
He has. He's doing very, very well on the top part of the course. Knows to get his boat on the right angles and to do the right thing, and he's going to use this beautifully into here.
Oh, that's a shame. Through 11, he just completely missed that hole, and you see it didn't even unsettle the boat or anything. That's the line we want to see more athletes taking henceforth.
And we see the scores coming up, so it looks like Finn may have collected a touch early on in this run. But he's putting together a very solid run, and he will have perhaps got a bit of feedback at how Charlie and some of the other paddlers went before him. But of course, he knows he's got to beat some of the athletes from behind that are coming from behind him. So those later runners were seeded higher and had done better in semi-finals, and they'll be hoping to emulate that again in the final. So it's an interesting conundrum you have. If you qualify fastest, you get to go last, so you get to see the times posted by everybody else. If you qualify slowest and put down a blisteringly fast time in the finals, then you can often just sit back and watch your fellow competitors crack under the pressure of not being able to emulate the great run that you've put down.
Very competitive run though from Finn. I think he picked up 2 touches but had an expert final up. He'll be a lot of positives to take away from that.
Oh, I think so for sure. And now we've got Oliver Puckner on the course.
Probably one of the most physically gifted athletes you'll see in this final. He's just really got that, seemingly that fit gene, you know. He's got great cardio and even better endurance. Be interesting to see how he can utilise that on the course.
That's a great spin, staying nice and tight on the poles, good control. He's looking good. He had a pretty bad back injury last year, wasn't able to do as much training, and had to give up a fair chunk of the year. And this off-season he spent a lot of time in the boat, a lot of time training, and he's looking fit and strong and coming back stronger than ever.
Yeah, no, he's currently studying sports science at AUT, so I'm sure he has his nose to the ground and knows all the new hot rehab tactics.
Oh!
Big upset here we're seeing in the men's C1 final.
Oliver.
Ollie Puckner just missing the wave into gate 12.
He'd gone for the switch, and I think he just didn't quite get the bow around. And how good is that, Patrick?
Yeah, no, that's pro.
He has used that wave to surf back up and get that gate, and look at him go. That is very, very good, very mature.
Yeah, no, that's nice to see. Look at this. Scoots across, controls the boat just so he doesn't crash in. See that last little flick there?
Yeah, uses the same bottle we saw Charlie Bell try to grab hold of earlier, but Oliver did it successfully.
Yeah, no, that's great to see.
Yeah, young Ollie's a switcher as well. I was about to allude to that before he...
Oh!
And now he's not sure what that was, but switches. So he changes the side. There we go. There's the switch. He'll change which side he paddles on, depending on which he feels is the favourite. He'll swap about now, I would say.
Hopefully a good jump and strong finish.
Going to come in there.
Oh, no.
I think we're seeing a lot of people getting their edges caught in this bottom part of the course.
Yeah, you know, you can't take your foot off the gas or lose focus for a second because, here we go.
I think they're just a bit tired. Ollie's making the highlight reel this year.
Throws his weight back.
He didn't have the blade in the water to hold the boat round.
No.
He's still doing a good job. He's still pushing hard to the finish.
Yep. No, he's K1 to look forward to later today. Hopefully he can do better.
Yeah, and now we have Jack Eagan, who's pretty much become a C1 specialist through and through.
Yeah, no, he's really showing the fruits of his labour.
Yeah, and Jack, not a switcher. Jack will keep the blade in the same hand away, and he'll go to the other side of the boat.
I think on rare occasion, he can be tempted to try his luck.
I stand corrected. He's obviously gone for a switch there. This is and then he's back on the crossbow. So he's mixing it up. He's using whatever's going to get him down the course in the fastest time.
And you see, you can never be too sure this sport. He had to go for that recirc and picked up 2 quick touches. And, you know, it's anyone's game here in Canoe Slalom. You've got to keep going all the way to the finish and do your best because you never can be too sure what the person in front of you or behind you will or has done.
That's very true. It's the same as any sport. Never give up. Push hard to the end.
Indeed.
And Jack, I think Oceania last year was the real arrival moment for Jack. He really pushed the Aussies all the way in that final last time, and unfortunately they're not here to compete against this year, and Jack's just racing the usual Kiwi crew, which is great. You know, there's very, very good competition for him, but it's always good to put one up over our other Oceania athletes.
Yep, just going through his final 2 gates and off to the finish line.
It's looking like he's done a bit of fitness work over the winter as well.
Yeah, he looks good, doesn't he? Into provisional first there, I see. We'll see how results come through in a few moments there.
Yeah, so we'll undoubtedly get a bit of feedback, and let's have
There we go. An upset. Finn Anderson.
You called it.
Yeah,
you called it, Patrick.
Never can be too sure in this game.
I think these are provisional results. They may change a little, but I suspect what we're seeing is what we're going to get as a final result. And that's great. And I think we're going to go through to a couple of interviews, just talk to a few of those athletes at the finish, get some feedback on what they are. But we've got Finn Anderson, Jack Eagan as our top two provisionally. Yeah, so we're just going to go and talk to some of those athletes who've just completed their run, see what they thought about it, how things were.
Here with Finn Anderson. Finn, that was a pretty good run. Provisional results have you second in the final.
Yeah, so yeah, there's a few little mistakes could have been fixed, but overall decently happy with it. So yeah.
Happy with the way you've been paddling this weekend?
A little bit of inconsistency with my lines and things, but times have been pretty up there so far, so I've been happy with that. It's obviously always some mistakes you're going to fix, but some good things and some bad things, so happy to roll with that.
What sort of training regime have you had lately? Has it been pretty intensive?
Yeah, so I've recently moved up here to Auckland, so I've just been training most days here, 1 or 2 times a day, and yeah, so it's good to train where you're racing often and get used to the water, which is, yeah, my paddling, I think.
Second in Oceania, that has a nice little ring to it, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'm pretty stoked with that. I mean, the field here is actually pretty small. I mean, it's really not even Oceania, it's just New Zealand, but yeah, of course it's still a good achievement. Pretty happy with that.
And a pretty good preparation for Nationals when they're on in a couple of weeks' time.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
How are you hoping to do there?
Well, it's a new course I haven't paddled in a while, but yeah, should be the training from here should carry over, and yeah, should hopefully put down some good results.
Thanks, Phil, and good luck in K1.
Thank you very much.
Take photos of everything they did. Yeah, that women's K1 final, that's going to be really exciting. I think we've got 3 internationals there. They'll all be pushing for that Oceania title. And, you know, we just saw Finn Anderson interviewed. It'd be interesting if we see what some of the other athletes in the men's C1 final thought. But the women's K1 final will be started by Jamie Wilson, Holly Sheaf, Mackenzie Grews and River Mutton and Kenza Randall. And then we'll have a short break, and then we'll go into the second half of the final where we've got Courtney Williams, Jane Nicholas, Hannah Thomas, Luca Jones and Martina Wegman. So we're going to have some very, very good racing in the women's kayak class using 2 blades. The course presents slightly different challenges to them, but I think we will see some very, very good racing. And then later on, we of course will have the men's competition.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see how the weather plays out too. Currently, you know, I just feel in the commentary tent here a bit of wind picking up, so thankfully the poles are weighted.
Yeah, so let's see what these athletes thought about the course.
Here with Jack Eagan. So Jack, it was pretty tight there, and it's actually gone to Finn. You had a couple of touches in there.
Yeah, it was messy. I just couldn't quite put a run together. Was not really right there, but it's good to see the young boys getting out there, giving me a good run. But yeah, it was good experience nonetheless.
Young boys, you're a bit of a spring chicken yourself. So the pressure, you know, those guys coming through, you know, how intense does it make it for you?
Oh, it definitely does. Like, give me a bit of worry on my mind, seeing the times that some of these boys are laying down. It's definitely on my mind, trying to definitely keep my distance between them, but of course as shown today I just don't have the runs that I want, and they do obviously always have their good runs, and so I'm happy for them, and it's on to the next race for me hopefully.
And it gives you plenty to work on, doesn't it?
Yeah, plenty to work on. So yeah, it's just good next races whenever they are. Who knows, but yeah, whenever they are we'll give them a good run for their money. Hopefully I can beat Finn next time, but yeah.
And just looking ahead to the international competition, don't sort of know what shape it's going to have this season. How does that affect your preparation?
Well, it's a hard question, but I'm going to try and just prepare like how I would if I was going to go over to Europe. So do the same build-ups, like I would go over to Europe. Who knows? Maybe I can go over to Europe for the later half of the season, but I'm just going to try and keep the same rhythms that I normally have each year, which is the build up for the European summer, and just try and keep that same sort of process that I have every year, just to try and keep in the same sort of mentality throughout the year.
Awesome. Thanks very much, Jack.
Sweet, thank you.
Easy. Thanks for that, Jack. And we'll be back shortly at 10:50 with Jamie Wilson kicking off the women's K1 final here for the 2021 Oceania Vector Wero Whitewater Championships. We'll be back shortly. Easy. And with that, we'll shortly be joined by Jamie Wilson at the starting blocks to kick us off for the women's K1 final.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a really interesting race. We had the big upset there provisionally of Finn Anderson taking out the C1 class. Perhaps many people wouldn't have seen that. His run did look particularly good, but pre-race we wouldn't have thought that. And will we see an upset in the women's? All weekend we've seen Martina Wegman just have the wood on Luca Jones of New Zealand. Managed to pip her in the qualifications yesterday, managed to pip her in the semi-final this morning. Will Luca Jones dig deep, come out with something special, or will we see the dominance of Martina Wegman carry on?
Yeah, no, sorry.
No, in that mix also we have Hannah Thomas and Jane Nicholas. I think out of those four we're going to see our race winner. No disrespect to the other athletes, but they just have a little bit more experience on this course.
Yeah, I mean, Luca Jones is a real big-time player. You know, with her, she's got true elite worldwide experience, medaling at, of course, you know, several world champs, World Cups, and the Olympic Games, famously. So it'll be interesting to see what she can do come her start time.
Yeah, but what's pleasing for me is we've got some new faces in that final. We've got some new up-and-coming athletes who've obviously put the work in over the winter. So our first 5 athletes will be the ones who were the lowest seeded going into the final here. So we're going to start with Jamie Wilson from the Hawke's Bay, Holly Sheaf from the Bay of Plenty region, Mackenzie Cruz, and we are away with Jamie Wilson from Hawke's Bay.
Yeah, no, an experienced paddler. Hopefully she can put down a good run.
Yeah, Jamie, interesting paddling background. Her mother was a competitive taekwondo athlete, moved into canoe polo and was in the New Zealand team for many years, and then coached canoe polo. So, and father, Kent, renowned New Zealand mountain biker. So, good sporting pedigree in that family, and she's doing well in the top of the course. I don't want to put the commentator's mocker on it, but this could be her race to be had.
Yep. No, it's certainly in the blood. I know her younger brother has followed the father's. Oh, no. Blast. She's had a roll. She's up successfully and no messing about, straight on down. She will have a 50-second penalty, unfortunately, but here we go, back to the replay. Just that upstream.
Catches that edge.
Yeah, that upstream blade. We saw that in the semis. Thankfully, her paddle didn't get snapped. That's the...
So, yeah, we saw that, actually. So unlucky.
Yeah, no, that's a shame, but she's carrying on like a true trooper.
Yeah, I think all of these athletes, as I've always encouraged, is if things go wrong in the top of the course, you've always got to showcase your skills to the spectators and those people watching in the bottom. You know, one small mistake doesn't show how good or bad you are. You've got to look at the whole run.
No, certainly.
And, you know, I think Jamie will certainly be a little disappointed, but she can take away some very good positives from this run. She's certainly looked very, very tight on the gates, and this would probably be, except for that mistake, her best run of the competition.
Yeah, great last up there too, you know. Had a small blunder obviously in the middle, but beyond that, a solid run which she can be quite proud of.
I think the catchphrase now in all sports is it's the process.
Yes, no, I do remember that being drilled into me. Holly Sheaf at your top of the course.
Yeah,
Great paddler, come back from a few injuries successfully, showing her dedication to the craft. Thankfully, that breeze we mentioned earlier is sort of settled for these athletes. Never fun to have the poles moving about in the, the all-important final.
And like all Kiwis, though, we'll be hoping for the breeze to fit in later on for the yacht racing.
Oh, indeed, yeah. You know, hopefully it's much more like slalom too, where it matters about the whole run and not just the start.
Yes. So Holly, she's obviously, as I said in the semi-final, done a lot of work over the off-season. She's looking very fit. She's also got a little bit caught out here.
Yeah, obviously.
That's second runner that's been caught here. There's been no course changes, and yet we're seeing the girls having a bit of difficulty here. Maybe they're just trying to go a little bit too fast.
Being nice and reactive though there. You saw she knew not to try for that first wave. She waited a little bit and picked up that second.
Is she going to sneak in?
Fighting in. Hits the wall, pushes off.
Oh,
Getting there.
Good save by young Holly.
Yeah.
But all these little mistakes going offline, they all take energy, and it can accumulate as you go down the course if you don't have the fitness.
For sure, particularly for that all-important boof into gate 21, you know.
Boof, interesting name for it. It's well known in the paddling fraternity, but for those people watching at home, it's called a boof move basically because that's the noise that the boat makes as it lands on the water. So you jump, and then when the boat lands, you hear a boof noise as the boat lands flat.
Oh no, and you see just a momentary lack of focus there for Holly just as she goes through gate 19.
Yeah, I think it's a trap for some of the younger athletes. You get a little bit ahead of yourself. You're starting to think about this boof move. It is one of the crux moves on the course.
Oh, she's done it great though.
Very well. And sometimes you're thinking too far ahead. Here's another example, getting a little bit caught in the water there. And we just saw Mackenzie Coos throwing down the back of her boat. She's dropped a little bit low on 3. Shows her experience and gets around. She lost a little bit of time there, but as we've seen, a lot of athletes are falling apart. You can hold together a good run here, you could get a surprise result.
For sure. Many things within the envelope and natural variability with slalom. Turning early, catching the... Oh, no. She's had a roll. And she's lost her helmet. Oh, blast. Not sure what's happened there.
Oh, it's
floating down. There we go.
Here we go. We'll watch this. So this is the same place we saw Grace Dooney fall over. We saw Jamie Wilson fall over here. Now it's trapped. Mackenzie Cruz as well. So Mackenzie needs to get her helmet.
Thankfully, carbon fibre helmet with some foam in there for protection, so it floats well.
I'll just point something out, Patrick, about helmets. If they're not on your head, they don't protect it.
No, yeah, I think that's the way it tends to work, isn't it, regrettably?
And whether she's had an equipment malfunction with the clip on her helmet or something's happened there, but that would be very unusual to see a helmet come off in a canoe slalom race.
Yeah, no, I think what was probable was that she was in the start blocks, a little bit nervous, didn't have it done up, and forgot to do it up. But we'll see how that goes for her, no doubt.
There you go. Good work. She knows her run's over, but she's paddling very, very well now, showing everybody that, hey, I've got a lot of skills. You know, that's just a little blip on what happened, and we're waiting for our next athlete to come down, which is young Rivi Mutton from Rotorua, O'Kerry Falls. We'll see her brother racing as well, but Rivi very accomplished in her own right. Look at that. She is really attacking this.
Yeah, and thankfully her helmet is done up.
Well spotted, Patrick. Rivi got a lovely colourful top on as well.
Oh, nicely through there.
Yeah, she's no stranger to the Whitewater.
Navigating that like a pro. Nice exit into 7 there, being patient to wait into, fold into the pocket of the upstream. Missing that hole a little bit, unfortunately. Getting a kick off the second wave, you see that she's surfing now to try and get above gate 9.
And we saw Oliver Puckner do that in the C1 class very well to surf back up. She's done that well. That's great whitewater skills.
Yeah, no, good to see.
Weight a little bit far back there, but great leaning forward and using and punt off the wall. Great skills.
Yeah, no, she's still very much in it.
Yeah, lovely sweep.
Great
Beautiful.
Sweep. I think she might have been given a touch there by the judge you see in the blue shirt on the side, but I'm sure she can come back from it if she keeps the run going well. We'll
see that show up on the side of the screen, Patrick. But still pedaling well, still pedaling strong, obviously quite fit. Knows how to get her boat in the right place. Look at that, that's great use of the water. We saw that on the other up surf to the up. And pausing, composing herself, getting ready for the big boof move. Gets the boat lined up. She'll be very, very close to these bollards. Perfect spot to be in. And didn't quite have the draw on the front left stroke as she came in. And
she's got into a, she had it collected it, and things have fallen away for a little bit here at the finish, but
maybe that roll took a bit. That little mistake and the little ferry up took a bit of time, taking a little bit of energy out of her.
Yeah, it's unfortunate to see for Rivi.
And now
just negotiating the final two gates on the course. Kenza Randall really showing a flexibility there to get round 3. That's impressive stuff.
Yeah, Kenza I thought in the semi-final did one of the better jobs in the top part of the course. She did a very, very tidy spin. Not quite so tidy that time, but she's done that upstream very well. Deceptively fast paddler, Kenza.
Oh, yeah.
Whoa. No. She almost went in there as well.
Does a lot of gym work, so you can guarantee she'll come in good condition.
Yeah, she deceptively fast, as I was saying. She's got a
great angle.
Oh, powerful stroke. Invariably gets her boat in the right place. Look at that. How easy was that? Just used the water brilliantly.
Holding her nose up for the entire ferry glide, so she had to do very little turn when she actually got to the upstroke.
So Kenza is definitely one of those that we're looking at selection for the New Zealand team. She's been in the New Zealand junior team, under 23 team, and probably pushing really hard this year for a spot in the women's open team.
Yeah, no, that'd be fair to assume. She's having to do a bit of a paddle back here for gate 18, which is unfortunate, but as we've seen in the earlier men's C1 final, anything can happen. You can never write yourself off till all the cards are on the table.
Very true. Very true.
Nicely done as 21.
What a turn. She's obviously got that stern control very, very well mastered. Coming back, and as I said, you won't see Kenza really upping the stroke rate. It's just more power onto the blade. And it's looking like a fairly solid run. Only the one penalty I've seen so far. A few little mistakes, but
it's solid run.
123. Is that enough?
Here we go. We've got that 5-minute break, I believe, in the middle.
Yeah, we have a short break between the. Let's have a look. The results should come up fairly quickly, actually. These are the results from the men's C1 final we're looking at. They've labelled that a little bit wrongly. I'm fairly sure Finn Anderson is a guy.
You never can be too sure these days.
And here we go. We'll get the women's results out. They'd be pretty spectacular if they got them out quite that quickly, but they usually come out very fast. I was very impressed by the self-recovery of a lot of those athletes, so that was great to see. We've certainly seen a lot of interesting stuff out there this morning, Patrick.
Yeah, no, for sure. It keeps you on the edge of your seat. You never can be too sure with the sport. There we go.
There we go. Kenza Randall currently leading the race.
Yeah.
And that 1:23 is not a particularly fast time. We've got Rivi Mutton putting in a 1:52, 1:68 for Jamie Wilson, including that 50-second time penalty. We saw that, and that's the only gate she touched or missed, which was, wow, that's pretty...
It's impressive stuff.
And Mackenzie Cruz, she has been disqualified, DSQ. And I suspect that will have been because she's had a safety equipment failure. I don't know if it was an equipment failure or she's not maintained that or not, as you suppose, done that up when she's come to the top of the conveyor before going into the start blocks. Just a small oversight, but safety first as always in this sport. And you will see stationed down the course the Victor Wero people put on that safety for us. So remembering those results we just saw, they were just the first 5 runners. Now we're into the sharp end of the competition. The final 5 women racing for the Women's K1 Final Oceania Championships 2020. 1.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, so K1 Women's Finals runs 6 through to 10. That's our final 5 runners on the Oceania Championships. We'll go with those, and it looks like we're about to start with Courtney Williams coming out of the blocks. Courtney, no stranger to top-level competition. She's represented New Zealand as a junior under 23 and now looking to make the Open team. But once events are back up. Oh, wow, what a direct from Courtney. Whoa, she got the bounce of the water. That is fantastic.
Yeah, no, that's great to see.
I think that's the best we've seen all day.
It is. Yeah, I think that might even be better than my spin prediction, Ian.
Yeah, can Courtney hold a whole run together? We've seen some great runs at the start, only to fall apart, and she's done that well. She hasn't fallen in there, which has caught several athletes this morning.
Wow, yeah, she's doing really well. She has to be careful, though. When you're on a really good run, you have to keep yourself present in the moment, but currently it doesn't look to be an issue.
Going into the wall a little bit there. She probably didn't kill her speed enough on the entry just to let the water do the work. But no, this is looking very, very aggressive.
Yeah, here's hoping there's a little bit of a quiet patch here, 13 to 15s. Hopefully she can recenter herself for the tight bottom.
And she's pulling hard.
She certainly is. She means business here.
And when I say pulling hard, I mean basically putting the pedal in and putting a lot of pressure on the blade. Some athletes you'll see, they just put the blade in and guide the boat down the course, whereas Courtney's really driving it. This is some of the best paddling I've seen from her this weekend.
Here you go. Great boost.
Saving it for the big day.
Here's hoping she's got 3.5 gates to go, and hopefully she can hold it together. I believe we're still in a clean run.
I think so, Patrick. I don't think we've seen any penalties.
No, that really does help your case. 2 seconds is so much time.
And you can see she's tired now. The strokes are a little bit dabby.
Yeah.
But she knows she's on a good run. She's got some supporters there going down the course with her, but she is really pushing hard here. This is looking like a solid run.
Wow.
Yeah, and we're just going to have a quick look at how Courtney did this. Let's watch this. This was spectacular. Drives around, gets the boat around really quickly, gets the power and really quickly back. And now we've got Jane Nicholas of the Cook Islands on the course. Jane, as I said, no stranger to international competition. Both brother and sister have been Olympic representatives for the Cook Islands. Jane electing for the more conservative spin option. Oh. Jane's an experienced competitor. Be interesting to see if the judges were watching there. I think she may have incurred a 2-second penalty, just clipping the pole, but this is going to turn into a very fiercely contested final.
Oh, yeah. Nicely through there. It's turning the boat back. Well done.
Just cutting every smidgen off that she can. She's so close on those poles, knowing it saves a fraction of a section. Wow, how close was that?
That's great to see.
She's just eking out second after second on this top part of the course. This is looking like a very solid run.
We've got a great K1 women's final on our hands here.
As I said, both Courtney and Jane experienced international competitors.
Bit of an emergency spin there for Jane. You see she was kind of waiting through gate 17 and her nose turned up, but it's all worked out.
Yeah, it's worked out, but that's cost time. So those good things she's done in the top of the course, she maybe used that up there. It'll be interesting to see what the time looks like. Not a great up, but not a bad up either.
Yeah, no, good enough.
What we really want to see in that last upstream is the athlete right under the pole, one big stroke on the right-hand side, and then a big stroke on the left-hand side, taking them straight out into the middle of the flow again. And Jane is still paddling really close to those poles, really pushing hard. And here's the big improver from last season, Hannah Thomas. She's done the work. Will she get the rewards?
She looks menacing as she paddles past us in the commentary tent.
Oh, she always looks very focused when she paddles. Very aggressive paddling style. Always plenty of horsepower and going there direct as well.
Showing Courtney she's not the only one that can do it in this K1 Women's Final.
Yeah, interesting, contrasting styles the way they did it, but their boats were in the same place doing the same thing.
Really good to see the women bringing their best efforts here to the...
Oh, that was very well done by Hannah.
To the final. Look at that. She missed the first wave, but she knew when to push hard and catch the second to get to 9 and really didn't lose much time at all.
Yeah, it's all about having your boat in the right place in that middle section of the course and letting the water do the work.
Fighting hard there into 12. Hopefully she isn't draining her gas tank prematurely.
I don't think we have to worry about Hannah draining the gas tank. She is very, very fit. She's renowned for being fit. And she'll also know that she's got more racing today. She's got the K1 and the C1. She's one of those athletes that's doubling up. Look at this. The boat is pretty much just going in a straight line. She's dropped a little bit low there. She didn't quite hook into the wave between 18 and 19 to get that surf. That will have cost her some time. Time and energy. Has she saved enough? These athletes, they practice this move pretty much on a daily basis. It's great fun when it goes well, but she has dropped low. I would have expected her to be a little tighter on that. Maybe taking a conservative line, banking what she's already got in. It's looking like a clean run again, Patrick.
Yeah, no, working hard to the finish line. It'll be interesting to see where this nets out against the other ladies. Great little boost there just to keep the boat speed on to the finish. And into provisional first, we see on the scoreboard there.
Oh, I thought so. I thought that was very good. And we look up the course now. We can see Luca Jones in the start blocks.
There we go. The apex predator, one may say, in the women's K1 field here from New Zealand.
from New Zealand, but I think Martina Wegman's just slightly hit the wood on Jones each run.
Yeah. No, one thing I know about Luca is that you never count her out in a final setting.
And that is why. That's the kind of skills that get you Olympic medals and World Championships medals. Yeah. This is truly an international standard course set, so we've seen some of our juniors really struggle on the course, but the senior athletes are really showcasing their skills.
Good seeing her there too, pushing in tight on 7. She got a touch there on her semi-final run, learning obviously from her discussions with Campbell and the other pedallers.
Yeah, it's been a very successful coaching combination, the Jones Campbell-Walsh combo. They were able to produce some very, very good results internationally. And here we go. Luca's style's developed over the years, and she's got a very, very powerful forward stroke. She's a very powerful athlete. And no mistakes there. Right under that pole.
That's superb.
And really pushing hard now. This is going to be the crux move. How close will she get? She made a small error here in the semi-final.
Oh, and she's given away a few seconds there, to be honest, dropping in a bit low.
Yes. I mean, there has been no change in the water flow. There's been no change in the gate position. So it's interesting these athletes are making small errors.
Yep. No, and with Martina hot on your heels, you can't afford little mistakes like that. But the race is yet to be over, so we'll have to see where things finish up.
I think this will be a new fastest time for the day. At a 1:03.
1:03, yeah.
And our final runner in the women's K1 class, Martina Wegman of the Netherlands. And Martina opting for a slightly different approach to that upstream. Perhaps lost a little bit of time on the exit.
Really aggressive through 2, getting over early before
and
3.
Perhaps another small increment of time lost there, but she was very, very fast through this section. She's doing that again. She stays on the top of the water so well.
Yeah, no, she's a light paddler.
Beautiful exit out of 7.
Often opting for boats that are slightly bigger than what normal people would require, just to give her that added buoyancy, just a personal preference thing.
Eagan coming into the tricky gate 12-13 sequence. Very nice and high on there. She'll get the surf over here, be right under the pole. One sweep and out. There's the sweep, little draw, and off she goes, using the water to take her down the river. 14. Coming through, one more tight sequence here. If she can get this little surf back to the right, well, she'll gain a bit more time. This is it. Got to get this wave, catch this wave, get the surf in nice and high. Yeah, she's done that well.
She's done that well.
And this is where this could be the make or break. This could be what decides the Oceania Championships 2021. The boof and how well she gets into this upstream. And she's right under the pole. That's what we want to see from all of our athletes.
I think Luca might have been a bit quicker at the top, so it'll be interesting to see where her run finishes up.
Yeah, it's hard to say.
It is, yeah.
Deceptively fast, Martina, and she has been going very well all weekend, which is arguing well for her bid for Tokyo.
There you go, just a couple seconds behind Luca into provisional second. I think
we're going to look down the course, hopefully down the bottom there. We'll get some interviews with some of those athletes. The competition was very fierce. I think you predicted it quite right, Patrick.
Yeah, wait and see. Here we go. Luca Jones, provisional first place. 4.5 seconds ahead of Martina in second as she collected a touch on her way. Great to see a few clean runs and a few penalties. You know, only 2 touches of the top 5.
Yeah, I think standout Hannah Thomas, the hard work over the winter period has paid off. She's got herself up into medal contention. Courtney Williams, a clean run. Very great performance we saw from her. She really pushed hard. Jane Nicholas back training. Good to see. Good performance. Kenza Randall also another good performance. And then some of those other athletes, a few too many penalties, some early mistakes have cost them quite heavily.
No, absolutely.
Okay, so that's our K1 Women's Final for Oceania. We'll have the presentations a little bit later, but we're going to go into a break before we come back in hot with the women's C1 and the men's kayaks.
Yeah, and with break, I do say.
Oh, I do love a good sandwich.
Shuffle that. Here with Luca Jones. Luca provisionally just taken out the K1 title at the Oceania Championships. Pretty happy with that?
Yeah, I am. It's always nice to win the race. I had good feelings out there in the water. I just had one big mistake at the end, which I'm kicking myself for.
Can you blame the course designers for that?
I will blame the course designers, yes. Nah, it was actually a really nice course. It was challenging for sure, and it's the sort of course that we'd expect at a international race, you know, like a World Cup, World Championships, Olympics.
Just looking ahead, how tough is the course going to be for the C1 later on?
Pretty tough. Yeah, I need to go away and think about it and make a really strong plan, because technically it's going to be really tough, and physically. It's really physical out there.
What have you got from this weekend in terms of, obviously the Australians aren't here, but it's a pretty good chance to get some racing under your belt, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely, and we're so fortunate to be able to race, because I know a lot of countries can't at the moment. It would have been amazing to have the Aussies over. They've such strong competition for us, but in New Zealand we've got some good paddlers. I've got Martina to back myself against, and obviously the K1 men. So yeah, just any start line is really fantastic.
Martina was paddling pretty well, especially in those early rounds, wasn't she?
Yeah, she was, and it's really great to have her in New Zealand to train with and to race against.
And lastly, looking to the C1, just more of the same, more racing under your belt.
Yeah, I mean, I've had to be quite tactical today in terms of my energy conservation. So my first run in K1 in the semi-finals, I just took it pretty easy. So I think I'll do the same in K1. My semi-final, just kind of cruise it a bit and then go all out in the final.
Thanks, Luca. Best of luck.
Cool, thank you.
It was you put down some really strong early runs. How was the final for you?
It was a little bit of a struggle. It's quite a hard course, quite physical. Not having too much time between the runs to prepare again. But yeah, it's also a really fun course, so I'm happy to have some decent runs, and yeah, I'm quite happy with it.
I guess that's the disadvantage of a relatively small field, in that you don't get much of a break between the semis and the final.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah.
How have you found this weekend? Good to be racing again?
Yeah, it's super nice to be racing again. I definitely think I used to be really enjoying racing, and the first race back here, I really got drained from it, and I think just not having that experience anymore was quite different. So it's really, really good having this opportunity again to race and prepare ourselves for the upcoming season.
Obviously, you keep in touch with a lot of the European-based paddlers. How fortunate do you feel to be able to, train and race out here?
I feel super fortunate to be here. It's like New Zealand has been very generous to having me kind of be one of the Kiwis as well, which is super awesome. we do feel we have lost touch a bit with the whole competitors field. Like, it would be nice to go over to Europe and actually meet up with all the other athletes and kind of see as well what they have been doing and how they're going. But yeah, I think we're in one of the best places we can be at the moment.
I guess kind of flying blind a lot of ways in New Zealand, and not having that international exposure and not knowing how fast they're going over there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we do see some videos, and a lot of people went to Reunion Island, which is, I think, really cool for them that they could see each other, and they had a little race there they organized as well. So just that, yeah, I guess still that competitors spirit, that you can kind of compare yourself how the others are going, even though it's like always your own game and like you have to be focused on your outcome. But yeah, just I think still seeing each other, and definitely would be nice to have.
What's next up for you?
I'm hoping to go to Europe. Well, I first go to Nationals in Tikva, and I hopefully can go back to the Netherlands, to home, and race the Europeans in Italy.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
And here we are in the second session of Sunday in the finals and semi-finals of the Oceania Canoe Championships 2021. So coming up now, we have the women's C1 semi-final. That will be followed by the men's kayak semi-final. Only a few runners in the women's C1 final. Only a new developing sport by the ICF. So Olympic opportunities are starting to appear and this sport's starting to grow. Patrick, former C1 paddler, joins me. And what have you got to say about today's racing so far, Patrick?
Oh, yeah, no, it's been great. Thankfully, the conditions have really come to the party, and we saw a great K1 women's final. So hopefully we can see more of this enthralling racing as the day progresses.
Yeah, so semi-finals, 10 athletes will go through to the final in the women's C1 class. We've got Kalia Kulwick. We watched her in the women's K1 semi-final. Didn't make it through to the final, but she'll be hoping to make it through in the C1 class.
Yeah, no, she's a great little paddler with plenty of guts and determination whenever you see her out there on the water.
Yeah, and as we've alluded to before, if those of you may have joined us, this is a full international standard quality course. It's very tricky. 2, 3, 4 have got a lot of athletes out. They've managed to get through there, and then they get caught through a very tricky 8, 9, 10 sequence. And it's been very, very tricky on the water for those athletes. And we can see that Kalia, just a young athlete, still an under 18, and she's struggling a little bit with some of this. We've also got the wind is just starting to creep up a little bit, so we may see a bit of movement in the poles perhaps later in the day, Patrick.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It really does add another layer, because you can be online doing your, doing the Lord's work, and then the wind blows and you get a touch, and it all goes a bit pear-shaped.
Yeah, and I think we've got to take into account that this is also a selection race for the New Zealand team, and it is also a selection race for the New Zealand team and also the Oceania Championship. So there's two competitions, or almost a competition within a competition. We've got Oceania titles up for grabs, and we've got team selections up for grabs. Everybody wants to be number one boat in their national team, and the privileges that come with that. And on the course now, at the top we have Hannah Thomas, and at the bottom we have Kalia Kulwick, and she's got to get close to these bollards and really jump in hard here. And didn't quite get the timing right, Patrick.
Yeah, no, she needed to go for that inside stroke a little bit sooner. Here's Hannah. You just saw her off screen. She just absolutely pinned gate 3 direct. That was really good to see for Hannah in the C1.
Switch there, good timely switch, and didn't quite get the bow going around to surf that wave. You'll watch, she'll surf the wave now, recovers. Hannah did extremely well. I think she was third in the women's kayak, which was only 2 hours ago now.
Oh,
and
yeah.
She's back on the water in the C1 class.
Yeah, no, she's got great physical shape, being able to have a quick turnaround, and even just the mental pressure, because you're on edge basically all day, which is no fun feat, and she's just nailed gate 13. That's great to see.
Yeah, I guess you've got the fatigue factor that will have some effect, but you've also got the experience factor. You've paddled on the course twice already now. You know exactly where to put the boat, what the waves are going to do. There's no question.
Yeah, no, exactly. And you just become a little bit more comfortable with the process. Oh, no.
Whoa, fast flip and fast recovery.
Had a roll. Not sure if she successfully negotiated gate 18. We'll have to leave that.
I think Hannah's thinking that herself, and she's going back. So if the athlete goes, watch this. Oh, here we go. And we get the flip about now. I think Hannah was quite correct. So if you go upside down through the gate, of course it's considered a 50-second time penalty. And your race is effectively over into the main. What a great switch mid-air.
Great switch. Was able to really land that successful inside stroke, pushing her into gate 21. It was really great demonstration how it should be done.
And on the top of the course we have Luca Jones, and Luca Jones was the Oceania champion in the women's K1 class just 2 hours ago. So she's back on the water. This is Hannah Thomas. And Luca, of course, doubling up this year at the Olympics, I believe, in both the K1 and C1 classes. So she's been spending quite a bit of time in this new discipline.
Yeah, no, I used to do several training sessions with her in C1, and she's a class act, that's for sure.
Yeah, so Luca will be loving getting that opportunity to get a double Oceania title this year. Her great rival Jess Fox from Australia, unable to come over with the COVID restrictions, but I think she would have had her work cut out for her today. Luca's been paddling extremely well over the course of the weekend.
Yeah, no, she's really, rising tide lifts all boats, and it's great to have someone leading the way like this in our sport with you know, all the other younger paddlers seeing how it's done, seeing how you meant to warm up and warm down, and all these smaller, softer things.
And earlier in the day, we had the men's C1, so we saw an upset there with young Finn Anderson rising to the top, taking out the more highly ranked athletes. But in the women's, I don't think we're going to see an upset at this stage, because it looks like everybody's paddled to form.
Yeah, no. Looks pretty textbook so far.
And Luca just making those final few gates. I don't think she'll take her foot off the gas. She's got the experience to know that you can't do that in a race. And look at the time there, Patrick. A 1:13.
That's a great result.
That's a very competitive time in C1.
Oh no, for sure.
I think that would have put her in the medals in the men's kayak, in the men's C1.
Yeah, I've got a feeling that might have almost been a victory. I'll have to go back to you on that one, but no, she's very competitive and really has risen to the challenge of doubling up, and it's good to see, you know. And there's definitely synergies that can be gained from K1 and C1 and vice versa, so good to see.
Yeah, and we're just looking down the course now. Beautiful weather, as you alluded to. The wind is picked up a little bit. It hasn't started swinging the poles, which is great. We're going to have just 19 men competing in this semi-final. They'll be led out by Callum Gibb, then Ashton Blair, Ryan Keating, Max Way, Charlie Evans, and that's coming up very, very shortly. We'll also have at the sharp end of the stick our top men's kayaks from New Zealand: Finn Butcher, Callum Gilbert, George Snook, Zach Mutton and Oliver Puckner, who we also saw competing in the C1 class. So going to be a great race. Remember, the athletes are reverse seated, so those who are further down the running order are generally the more experienced athletes, and we would expect to see less mistakes and more spectacular runs.
Here with Kalia Colwick. Kalia, tell me about that race.
So that race then was a little bit better than my last one. Still a few messy lines, but slowly getting better, I think.
Pretty illustrious company you were paddling with.
Yeah, there's a pretty big step between me and all the other athletes, so it's pretty awesome to be able to be racing with them, but it's pretty hard because of the gap there as well, I find. But yeah, super cool.
Luca was saying earlier what a physical course this C1 is, for C1 especially. Did you find that?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's a super long course. I think the courses yesterday as well were really tough. There's lots of technical moves that you have to hit, otherwise you really end up missing a couple gates. So yeah, really challenging to get right, I think.
And plenty to learn from for you.
Yeah, heaps to learn from watching all the other athletes as well, which is cool.
Thanks, Kalia.
Sweet, thank you.
Session of the afternoon, the men's kayak singles semi-final. 10 athletes going through to the final. The athletes are reverse seated, but I think we'll see some big changes in the positions as which 10 get through. Very surprised to see Callum Gibb at this early stage in a semi-final. Very experienced campaigner, junior team member, under 23 team member, senior team member, and he's had a time off, gone to pursue his honours degree in architecture. May not be as fit as he once was, but he's still got all the skills, and we'll see that as he comes down the course. He'll be followed down by some of our young up-and-comers, the Blair Ashtons, the Ryan Kettings, the Max Ways, Charlie Evans, and at the sharp end of the stick we'll have Finn Butcher and Callum Gilbert fighting it out yet again, Patrick.
Oh, indeed, yeah, it's good to see. I think Callum, by memory, picked up an unfortunate 50-second penalty where he failed to negotiate the gate correctly. You're seeing him seed off quite early in the piece, but I'm sure, it just means there's no swinging poles for him, so it's not all bad.
Yeah, Callum's been in this position before. Very, very strong athlete. He has horsepower to burn. May not be as fit as he once was, but he knows exactly where to put the boat. And we see that. Just throws the tail under, lets the boat spin around the pole nice and close. And going direct, fairly brave, but he's got the experience and he's done that well.
Yeah, he has. He definitely has. It'll be interesting to see how he goes through the rest of the run.
Yeah, we look down the course. Beautiful day. The water's just reflecting. Lovely. Looks fantastic. Callum's not afraid to throw that tail under, is he? He's
he's willing to risk it for the biscuit. Going direct there too. You see, only just getting back for 10.
That's the problem with putting the tail down. The nose is up. He's clipped that pole, incurring a 2-second time penalty. I think there was, and he goes for the punt. He's got the punts where you use the wall to push off with the paddle. Perfectly legitimate move in canoe slalom and preferred moves for some of these tighter upstreams.
Yeah, no, I think you may well see a few more of the more gung-ho paddlers really running into the wall behind 12, going for that punt, really looking for it.
Oh, lovely pause there. That's great display of skill there by Callum. He stayed, waited to get the wave, surfed across much as you would at the beach, and went upstream using the wave. And Callum's coming into the big crucial boost move. I'm thinking Callum's going to be fairly happy with this.
Yeah, I mean, assuming nothing goes too terribly wrong at the bottom, this is a fairly good run for the final, one may assume.
Yeah, I think well, let's make that call early. I think that will be good enough to get Callum into the final.
Yep.
And we've got the young guys coming down now. We've got Ashton Blair coming down. He's opting for the spin there, a nice safe spin.
Yeah, I think that's a smart call for these younger guys. There's no need to be risking your entire run at gate 3, you know.
Yeah, you've got to have a few skills in the bank to be able to negotiate early on. He's not quite got in behind there and got onto the stable water of the eddy, but he's done a reasonable job, lost his edge and recovered nicely. God, what a great kick he got back across the river. He probably couldn't have done that if he planned it.
Oh, yeah, he's pretty fast and loose, but crikey, he's making it work.
Yeah, the edges are all over the shop, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. I mean, as judged by history. Oh, bit of a...
Almost got in too high.
Yeah, no, he's doing it well. I mean, it's a chaotic style, but it's working for him. Keeping his nose up on the ferry glide means that he does less of a turn in gate 13. Always good. He can spend less time paddling upstream and more time towards the finish line.
Yeah. And here he comes. 15. And we've seen a lot of paddlers fall apart here. They're a little bit tired. We saw in the women's class particularly, a lot of them fell over in this hole.
Yeah.
But he's done that. I'm not sure if he got that. I'm not sure what he's... Hard to see from this angle, but
yeah,
he's doing a good job. He's doing a solid job all the way down. He's got the main drop to go.
Yeah. No, valiant effort from a good young up-and-comer.
Yeah, remembering for some of these under-18s, this will be the hardest course they will have paddled on this particular set of water, where the gates have been placed is very, very challenging.
Did a great job at 21 too. That's good to see. Nice to finish a run strongly.
Yep. And just, we watch that, he just slides into those ups and his bow's pointing up and he's not driving the boat. The tail's not following the bow, so he's losing a little bit of time. That's Ryan Keating there. He started out with a hiss and a roar. He was very, very aggressive in the first 5 gates, and we've just got to see if he's got the fitness to hold that together. He's gone for the punt as well. That's nice. He's picked that up.
Yep.
But just sliding a little bit in each up, just the increments of time from what we might see from an elite level athlete.
Yeah. No, he's something to work on in his off season, but plenty of positives to take away from the event.
Yeah, I think he's getting his boat in the right place. It's just maybe a bit of a timing of the stroke and edge control that's causing him to lose those increments of time. But look at this, he's done this very
he's done
well.
That great. Sliding through there.
That middle section he's done very well. And a big shout out to any of our viewers overseas. I hear there's a few people watching in Canada. Maybe some other people up in the middle of the night watching the Oceania Championship, seeing what it's like to have canoe slalom and the beautiful sunshine of summer when you're bogged down in the middle of winter.
Great first up there. He really put the tail under and just whipped it round.
Young Charlie Evans. Yeah, he's looking strong. They all look strong at the start. It's the young guys, they get so excited. They know they need to put down something really special if they want to get themselves into the final.
I think Max there just had a spot of bother, but he's come back nicely.
Oh, sorry, my apologies. That is Max Way. You're quite correct. Sometimes I get a little confused once the paddlers get their helmets on.
As do I.
Got to look at those bib numbers. Look at that. He's done that very well.
Yeah, that's great to see.
These young guys, they've obviously spent a bit of time on the course. They know how to use the waves to get from one side of the river to the other. And sometimes when you're a young athlete, you're not too worried about the touch as long as you get the gates. And he's going to have to make a good recovery here, which he will. Can he get the good surf? Great surf. Just holds his edge right in under the pole. Bit of a pause there, get himself together for the next section. So Sporters Canoe Slalom is kind of quite interesting in several ways, I guess. The course is set and no one actually gets to practice the course. You have to look at the course and decide how you're going to do it by only looking at it. You will have practiced on the water, but never on the combination of gates that you face in the race.
Oh,
wow.
Did well to not roll over there.
Yeah, and he's coming back. He's not sure he's... Here we go. Watch this. Great control, good support. Whoa, I think that might be the same place we saw one of our earlier athletes break their paddle.
Yeah, no, it's precarious to say the least.
And this is Charlie Evans now. Distinctive boat.
Yep. Yeah, very fetching design.
And yeah, he's just... Oh, what is going on out there today? Oh. Good roll, good recovery.
Yeah.
And that is one of the essential skills, one of the first things you learn when you start your kayaking, really, isn't it, Patrick? Watch this. He'll go over, he'll hit the edge, the upstream edge catches the water. First roll doesn't work, second one does.
Yeah, no, great to see. Great technique.
Yeah, it's probably, to the outsider, you think the Eskimo roll, wow, it's got to be a hard thing to learn. It's probably one of the first things you learn and one of the easiest things you'll learn in this sport. There's far more challenging skills to learn than self-rescue or Eskimo rolling.
Absolutely. Oh, and he's coming
and
a little bit unstuck there.
Will we see him try the gutsy move that Oliver Puckner did with the big paddle back up the river?
Yeah, I think he'll try, but it's quite challenging to actually pull it off correctly. See how he goes.
Yeah, I think you've called that correctly. It was a bit more challenging. He's doing well. And in the top of the course now, we're up to Matthew Jeffries. And young Matthew's looking strong in the top of the course. Very nice boat he's paddling. Slightly different design to many of the other boats. If you look at it, we can't really see the underside of the boat, but it does have rails. The idea being works like a surfboard, grabs the water, but it's quite a small boat for what is quite a big course. When I say big, I mean that in terms of the number of waves and the size of the waves. But he's paddling it well. It'll turn on a dime.
Oh, he lost his hand of paddle there. I'm not quite sure what happened there.
Yeah, of course, we're all sweating. The paddle shaft become quite slippery. The water out there is reasonably warm. We've had a whole beautiful summer here, so the water is quite warm.
Yeah, particularly if you're sun smart and put your sunscreen on before you go out paddling. Can add another layer of
slippy.
Yeah, caution that's required. Oh, he's got through that lovely though. Take notes for the guys later on. That's how you do that, Stinger.
And now, who have we got on the course now? Thomas Goldsmith.
Aggressive start. He's not here to muck about.
No, he's not. I'm not sure you want to be putting that much tail down under the gates at that point.
Yeah, no.
Remembering the tail goes down, shortens the waterline, the boat spins, but the bow's up in the air between the poles. You're probably going to clip a pole and incur a penalty. So,
yeah, particularly in a eddy like that, where if you put your tail under, it's just more effective surface area for the water to grab and push you forwards.
And get a bit of pop, as we say.
Oh, he did that great though.
Yeah, he's doing some good things.
Nicely around the side. Should be in nice into this up.
Oh, very nice entry. Shame he just clipped that with his paddle. Obviously had a plan of where he wanted to put the paddle and wasn't able to adjust quickly enough. And yeah, he's working his way through this, getting his boat turned nice and early, so you'll see he's going slightly sideways through the gate, always pointing towards the next gate. Part of a planned move, get the spin, catch the surf across here, use the wave to take him back up the river. Lovely. And he's out of there very nicely.
Yeah, just good to see.
The last main feature on this river is the main wave. And that'll be, he's jumped a bit wide. He's probably drifted out a little bit from there.
Yep, no, he'll be slightly disappointed with that, I imagine.
Yeah.
I believe this is Finn Anderson we're seeing on the course. Got a quick start and, oh, great spin, but he just collected the pole with his nose as he was doing that. Double spin. See, it's not all about going forwards there. He ashamed about the touch, but that was a quick option.
Well, Finn, the expectation will be pretty large. He turned up perhaps one of the results of the weekend with that C1 result. He really showed it to the more experienced guys.
Yeah.
And now the pressure's on him. He really probably wants to go, hey, I can do it in the kayak just as well as I can do it in the C1. Watch me. And I think he might be finding the challenges a little bit harder after already putting down two very good runs in the C1.
Yeah, no, I think you're probably quite right there.
Yeah, but Finn's doing well. He'll know this course really well. He's got his boat going in this. Oh, and yet again,
that
disaster. 18-19 in semi-finals is proving to be probably the trickiest move on the course. Here we go. We'll watch this. It's upstream edge, catches the wave. Oomph! Great support stroke to stay in control. And we get a bit of a pan. There's the audience. And here we go. Di Edwards on the course. And Di, World Masters champion on this course just 2 years ago. And now look at him. He's got a lot of experience. Was in the New Zealand senior team many years ago. Still lives in Rotorua. Still gets out. Still one of the regular trainers of us older athletes. I say athletes in the loosest term of the word. But Di knows where to put the boat. He's... He loves this whitewater. He's been in the New Zealand raft team, New Zealand kayak team. He's done it all. Look at that. Just uses the water to get back up there. Doesn't panic. He goes, okay, I made a mistake. I'll get back online, and off I go again.
Yeah, no, great to see that experience paying dividends.
Although
he has.
I think you
run a cropper here.
I think you put the commentator's mocker on him there.
I think I did. I better buy him a pint afterwards to apologise.
It's all right. Di doesn't drink.
Oh, there you go.
No, that's a bit of a shame because Di's a lot better paddler than what we've just seen, and he's starting to show that now. I think it's a bit it's a bit tough. You know, you drive, make the long drive up to do the race. You do the race, and you've got to do another one, back it up, and you're perhaps not as fit as you'd like to be. Wow. Sorry, I was commentating. I was just watching the first paddler coming down to the top of the course. And Di just taking his time, nailing everything through there. He knows he's had a run very subpar for his standard of paddling. Meanwhile, we go back to Nick Collier, and he was who I was going wild for before. He is really flying. This weekend, he has really blossomed.
Look at that. That 8, 9, 10 sequence is just beautiful to watch.
I was very surprised he didn't go to 2, 3, 4 direct.
Right into 12 too. That's something to behold.
Yeah, I think he was one of the better runners we saw in the qualifications yesterday. I think opened a few eyes and turned a lot of heads, did Nick's performance.
Yeah.
So he's out of Central Otago, Whitewater, where a lot of the good hard work and ground foundation is done by the Rayner families, particularly Gordy. You know, so he'll probably be watching this at home if he's not already out coaching. And him and Alan Hoffman, of course, the famous Sarge, very, very influential in getting the slalom paddlers in the South Island up to the standard that young Nick's paddling at. And Nick's done a great job there. I think he's really, as I said, awesome this weekend.
Yeah, no, it's a solid result from him. He's obviously done a lot of work over the winter and came in and means business.
And then we've got Ben Pilbrow on the course.
Had a great first up, just really threw it round on the sweep. It's great to see this young guy just getting amongst it.
Yeah, and he's looking strong. I think they've all had some good feedback. They've all had the chance to watch, I think, as you alluded to earlier on, the women's kayak. And so you can learn a lot by watching the women. They often can be a little bit more precise than the guys. In some instances, they're a little bit down on horsepower, but in other instances, not so much, especially at elite level.
Yeah, no, that's quite right.
And he may have left that turn a little late. No, he's corrected that nicely.
Yeah, he's done well there, right in there on a sweep. Good exit and ferry glide.
Yeah. So young Ben, he's looking strong, isn't he? Yes, he is looking strong. How fit is he?
He is. Yeah, he looks like horsepower isn't an issue.
Does look that way. This is where a lot of people have fallen off here. How's he go? Good. He's seen that. He's controlled that nicely. Maybe a little conservative, but still gets out and gets around.
Yeah, he's putting together a nice run here.
As we would expect, the athletes are going down in reverse order, so the more experienced athletes coming down later. Here we go with young Vincent Law. Vincent in the new paddle. Very long arms, tall athlete. He's not short of horsepower.
No, he's a real talent. He's got a great feel for the water and is all too willing to really throw the boat round on the tail and duck some poles.
When I'm looking at these guys, I'm thinking I'd be going direct. Some of them are ending up very, very well placed in gate 3, but full credit to the boys. They've got a plan and they're sticking to their plan. They're not adjusting their plan, going, hey, it's going super well, I'm going to change.
Yeah,
you know, they might change that in the finals if they get to the finals, but semi-finals, top 10 through to the finals, got to get there first.
Yeah, no, you're quite right.
There's an interesting line, an interesting recovery, using the wave to surf back up into the upstream. We should see a big sweep on the right-hand side, left-hand side, and a big draw out. And here we come into what we've started to expect some kind of drama to happen in this section of the course. Everything's looked so well. We thought everybody's on track, and then we've seen the wheels fall off on several athletes at this section.
Yeah, no, here's hoping he can pull it together, or hold it together, sorry, because so far he's done quite well.
I think he has. Look at that. He's learned. He's looking like he's got a serious race head on him here. He's measured this very, very nicely.
Yeah, absolutely. He was the 7th fastest qualifier in the heat, so, you know, he's in with the shot to make the top 10, but he's had a bit of a blowout here.
That's going to cost him time-wise. You can see him working hard to get into the faster flow.
No, I mean, you can sort of slap 5 to 7 seconds on your time for just that sort of low entry. So it remains anyone's game.
Yeah, this is looking great. Hey, he's done very well, Vincent. That new boat, I think, is certainly paying dividends for him.
Yep.
Staying up a bit. He's quite a big athlete. You've got to have the appropriate size boat for your body weight. And as we look down the course, we can see Callum Aitken. And I did get out of the corner of my eye, see Callum's top of the course, and it was looking good.
Yeah. No, he's a great paddler. He just always solid and paddles with himself and knows his own abilities, and, you know, very often delivers quite solid runs.
I do remember as a junior he was renowned for going out of the blocks at 1,000,000 miles an hour and being very, very aggressive. and struggling to hold it together in those last few gates, which often cost him. But now he's got a far more measured approach to his paddling. He's very precise and very powerful.
Yeah, and just feeding it through that stagger nicely.
Here we go. We haven't put the commentator's mocker on him. No, he's done that well. He's going to be right under that upstream. Gets his sweep out. He's very good at the sweep ups.
Yeah, no, good seeing. He approaches this all too important gate 21. Big jump. Oh, and he's done it superbly.
He spends a lot of time up here, Callum, so he knows the course quite well.
That is just how you do that up. Big jump. He didn't even need an entry stroke. He lined it up just so perfectly.
And now you can see him winding up. He goes, hey, I've put something good on the board. I might make the final here. I'm going to empty the tank a little bit.
Yep.
And watch this from Mikkel. He was flying down there, 2, 3, 4, 5. Got a fantastic jump and then just overcooked his turn slightly.
Yeah, he really looks to have turned a leaf here. I mean, unfortunately, he's picking up a few touches, but he's really going for it, you know?
Yeah.
Cutting under 10 nicely, sorry.
Yeah, Mikkel, very talented whitewater paddler. He's not going to struggle too much with the whitewater on the course. And look at that, that's great. He also paddles a lot of gates. We saw his younger sister paddling earlier. They live right at Oceania Falls. They get to paddle on whitewater all the time. So, yeah, no excuses. Fit, fast. It's all going to come down to what he can produce on the race day.
Yeah, that's quite right.
And I don't think we'll see him get tripped up here on this little hole.
No.
Look at that, just stays on the upstream blade, very casual. Drops a fraction low in the up. And then he goes down. So we're getting into the final few athletes now. We're going to have Oliver Puckner, Zach Mutton, George Snook, Callum Gilbert and Finn Butcher. So we watch Mikkel finish his run. Father Andy and Mother Sarah, both great exponents of whitewater. Rafters, whitewater kayakers. And Mikkel's really giving it a nudge, eh?
Yeah, no, that's great. That's a great time. Ollie Puckner's just come slightly unstuck at the top, having a touch in 3 and 4 and a bit of an awkward paddle back.
Yeah, Ollie was also in the C1 class, so he may have a little fatigue, but then he'll have that extra familiarity with the course. And we all know he's a fit, strong athlete.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you see him pushing in there. He's
how good was that?
Yeah, no, his arms are full of gas still. Going for the sweep, getting a little bit eager there. Needed to wait a second further to get him behind the gate.
And yeah, he's looking very measured in his approach. Would have got a bit of feedback saying, hey, don't take that bottom part of the course lightly. And he knows, that's not ideal, but that great experience there just to use the back of the blade to kill the speed and let the water do the work for him. He's starting to look a bit tired, actually. The stroke rate's gone down. There doesn't seem to be as much sting in each stroke.
Yeah, no, it's been a big weekend of racing for him, but he's still got enough for a very nice boof in the gate. Oh,
he's coming a little high, Patrick.
Almost did it too well.
Okay, now we go with Zach Mutton. Will be our next runner, and then George Snook. And there is Zach going direct.
Just hit that out of the park. That's great to see.
I think we're going to start to see some really good runs put down now. We're into the more experienced athletes, our internationally ranked athletes.
Yeah, we've got first of our top 4 boats. Look at him.
For the spin.
Really.
I wonder if that was a deliberate spin at 9 or whether that was...
yeah, it seemed to work well for him.
Yeah, he knows he's just got to get through to that 10.
Yeah.
Race within yourself a little bit, perhaps. Get through to the top 10. And then throw it all down in the final, because that's the only result that's going to count today once you get through the semi-final. So
yeah, no, he's putting together a very nice smooth run, nailing all the strokes he needs to and conserving the speed on the boat, which is good, and saving that energy for the
look at that
the final.
Great example of using the water to do the work for you.
Yep, no, quite right.
Makes the jump, nice jump, right in under the pole, good sweep out. So nothing too spectacular there.
Yeah, this is a great run. I think Zach can be Zach can be pretty pleased with this run. You know, coming off a litany of back injuries and things. It's good to see him get back into some good form.
Yeah, and I think he'll book himself a place in the final on that. I'll make that call early.
Look at that, sub 100 into provisional first place. Great to see.
And now we've got George Snook on the course. George also going for the direct. I think we'll see all the men's kayaks go direct here.
Sneaking through there.
Sometimes in men's kayak, it's not always about what's fastest. Sometimes it's about what looks best. You know, and the boys all like to do everything direct.
Yeah, no, it's
yeah.
Oh, pick up touch.
I think George will be saving a little bit. Not burning all his powder. He's recovered from that little bit low there.
Yeah, he kept a lot of... no.
What happened there? Did he exit a bit early?
Yeah, he just kind of went for that sweep a bit prematurely, but he realised it quickly and just re-gauged where he needed to be and managed really well. He's really blossoming into quite a mature paddler, you know. He doesn't get rattled by these little mistakes. Though it does seem, that he looks like he's really picked up his pace, which is fine if he holds it together, but I don't think he needs to be too flustered about the whole event.
Yeah, and we've got to remember, George is still an under-18 athlete.
Yeah.
Both parents, John and Gina, were in the New Zealand slalom team a few years back now, obviously, but, so they'll be mentoring the young man, helping him through.
Yeah, but a solid run from George. He can walk away with his head held high with that effort.
Yeah, I think so. And we'll be into our final two runners, and the first of those is Callum Gilbert. And he is looking very aggressive in the top of the course.
Yes.
There's no conservativeness about this run. Yeah.
Really nice spin there. That's great to see.
Very good spin. Kept the boat going nicely.
Jumping over, catching that hole nicely. He's pausing on that downstream stroke to get the good connection and drive in.
He makes it look so easy. Just gets that sweep, keeps all the works in the abs and the core, just holding the boat flat as it spins through its turns. And as soon as he gets the boat on the right trajectory, the paddle's back in the water, accelerating it again.
Yeah. No, Callum does a lot of interval training and stuff, and that's where you see him. Look at him now. It looks like he's just starting this run. You know, he looks fresh as a daisy.
He's certainly pulling hard. Be interesting to see if he's saving a little bit for later on for that final. Not got ahead of himself. Callum's got the experience to do that. So
coming a little bit unstuck in these final sections, but should be enough to get him through.
And he's just cruising over the line there.
Comfortable 92 and into first place.
And Finn Butcher on the course, our final runner, the man who was fastest in qualifications yesterday. And he looked very, very aggressive in the top of the course. Different style to Gilbert, but they both have their same boat in the same place. And interesting, both going for the spin option. Gilbert may have been faster there, but I'd say Butcher was a little bit quicker in the 2, 3, 4 section.
Yeah, no, Butcher's very good at... He's a bit of a bigger guy. He's probably got 10 kegs on Callum, but he's very good at conserving his speed and staying on line. Great feeling with sweeps like that.
Wow, how was that for an exit? The trick on those exits from the upstreams is to get your boat pointing back down to the finish line as soon as possible. Spend as little time paddling away from the finish line as possible, and that's what we're seeing both Gilbert and Butcher doing. They come out of those upstreams so fast. We'll watch it here and get the boat pointing downstream. And look at the fans following down and cheering him on. They just want to watch this run. This is great.
Yeah, no, he's a fan favourite and a great guy. Great jump into the final
out of Central Otago, Whitewater, and look at this. This is going to be a great final. I'm getting quite excited.
As am I.
He's pushing hard. These boys aren't taking it easy. I think they want to get that top qualification spot.
And I think he'll get him maybe. There we go.
Oh, 92.05. Provisionally, Finn Butcher taking out the semi-final. Very, very interesting.
Yeah, and great to see. It's great. It's awesome to have Callum and Finn and these others really fighting and battling together and against each other. You know, it builds up everyone individually.
I think you're quite right, Patrick. You know, that New Zealand, one of its strengths has always been the ability of the athletes to work together and push each other. And we're certainly seeing that. Currently, we know that Callum's going to represent New Zealand in Tokyo. But I know he's getting a lot of help and support from his colleagues and his competitors, if you like. And back here in New Zealand, you know, we all want to see him do really well. So we're sending both him and Luca Jones to Tokyo. And, you know, the whole of New Zealand will be behind them, and the paddling community in particular, you know, really looking forward to see them stamp their marks. Luca again at Olympic level, and Callum for the first time. And look how close that was. Less than half a second between Butcher and Gilbert.
Yeah, no, great to see 3 clean runs from our top 3 boats. You know, one touch would have put, you know, Finn in second and vice versa. So great to see some high quality paddling.
Oh, yeah, looking at that final, Zach Mutton, well, we saw that. He had a great run. Callum Aitken also had a very good run. And let's have an interview with Callum. Let's see how he's been going down there. Callum,
here with Callum Gilbert. Callum, the rivalry between you and Finn just keeps on getting better this weekend.
Yeah, that's right. It's definitely a good race out there, good challenge.
How was that run for you? You're pretty smooth all the way?
No, actually, no. I think there's a lot to improve on that run. So I guess maybe leaving it out there to go better in the final.
Quite physical today, the course they've set up, isn't it?
Yeah, certainly. It really felt physical for me. I felt really like I was working hard the whole way. And often when you feel like that, it's just not sort of the flow that you want. So definitely looking forward to another chance on that course.
Good luck in the final.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, so that was great. Callum was a little bit out of breath there still in that interview. That was great though. But that was some good racing. So we've got our top 10 going through, and we'll pop down and we'll see if we can get another interview out of one of those athletes who's just finished on the course. Thanks.
Here with Ben Pilbro from Tauranga. Ben, talk us, you've made the final in the K1 men. You must be pretty stoked with that.
Yeah, it's my first final of selection races. Quite happy to be able to compete against people like Callum Gilbert and Finn Butcher, and just good experience for NPS and racing.
What was the secret on that course?
Just trying to just keep the lines and try and keep the speed and keep the speed like through till the end. Quite a physically demanding course.
What's the plan for the final? Just charge hard?
Yeah, just try and maybe repeat what I've done, but maybe tweak a few things. Yeah.
Good luck for the final.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah.
Yeah, so that was a great semi-final. We've seen the athletes give a bit of feedback on that. And now we are going to have a short break. We're going to come back with the women's C1 final for the Oceania Championships 2021. And then we're going to have the men's kayak final. So that's 10 athletes in the men's kayak final and just 3 athletes in the women's kayak final. And good morning and welcome to the Wero Whitewater Park, home for the 2021 Oceania Canoe Slalom Championships. We're looking live at the course, and as we look down the course we can see a very challenging course set today. 24 gates need to be negotiated by the athletes, and we're looking at the whitewater features from an aerial view today. 24 degrees, looking fantastic for racing. No wind that can affect those poles. Remembering the athletes must negotiate those 24 gates in a numeric order. As we go through the course we can see there's a lot of challenging whitewater. Once they've negotiated those gates, it's just a short sprint to the finish, and we can see now the motorway flowing well. The southern motorway there, and in the foreground we have the smaller course, the learner course, but today of course we're on the top international course out at the Tamaki Paddle Sports home venue at Wero Whitewater. We go back up the course, we can see those gates have been set in very challenging positions, and we're moving up the course. We can see the motorway, we can see what's a beautiful weather. 24 degrees, no wind to affect the athletes today. A few athletes in the warm-up pool and down on the flat on the lake, so the athletes will warm up down on the lake, move up, and here's a nice close-up showing some of those gates that we'll be negotiating. The green and white ones, of course, in a downstream direction. Now we've got an athlete on the course. That's Luca Jones, New Zealand's silver medalist from Rio, demonstrating some upstream techniques. That's where the gates must be negotiated upstream. They're the red and white poles. Martina Begman of the Netherlands also on the course now, having a little warm-up. And there's a great exhibition of how fast these athletes can turn these boats, keeping the bow up out of the water so it spins fast at the main drop, the last main feature on this course today. Gentlemen, we're back for the final session of the Oceania Canoe Slalom Championships for 2021. The final session today will be the finals of the women's C1 and the finals of the men's kayak. Some very, very impressive results in that semi-final race. Patrick, would you like to go through some of those results perhaps? And good morning and welcome to the Wero Whitewater Park, home for the 2021 Oceania Canoe Slalom Championships. We're looking live at the course, and as we look down the course we can see a very challenging course set today. 24 gates need to be negotiated by the athletes, and we're looking at the whitewater features from an aerial view today. 24 degrees, looking fantastic for racing. No wind that can affect those poles. Remembering the athletes must negotiate those 24 gates in a numeric order. As we go through the course we can see there's a lot of challenging whitewater. Once they've negotiated those gates, it's just a short sprint to the finish, and we can see now the motorway flowing well. The southern motorway there, and in the foreground we have the smaller course, the learner course, but today of course we're on the top international course out at the Tamaki Paddle Sports home venue at Wero Whitewater. We go back up the course, we can see those gates have been set in very challenging positions, and we're moving up the course. We can see the motorway, we can see what's a beautiful weather. 24 degrees, no wind to affect the athletes today. A few athletes in the warm-up pool and down on the flat on the lake, so the athletes will warm up down on the lake, move up, and here's a nice close-up showing some of those gates that we'll be negotiating. The green and white ones, of course, in a downstream direction. Now we've got an athlete on the course. That's Luca Jones, New Zealand's silver medalist from Rio, demonstrating some upstream techniques. That's where the gates must be negotiated upstream. They're the red and white poles. Martina Begman of the Netherlands also on the course now, having a little warm-up. And there's a great exhibition of how fast these athletes can turn these boats, keeping the bow up out of the water so it spins fast at the main drop, the last main feature on this course today. And welcome back everybody to the final session of the 2021 Oceania Canoe Slalom Championships. This session will be the conclusion of the day's racing and will be the final of the women's C1 and the finals of the men's C1. Patrick, we saw some fantastic performances in that men's K1 semi-final.
Yeah, no, that we did. As we're jumping over to a quick rundown of the results, we saw Finn Butcher take it out fastest with a 92.05. Callum Gilbert hot on his heels, 92.48, just half a second behind. We're a little bit back to Zach Mudden, who was great to see another clean run for all these top three. He was coming in at 96, so it really is anyone's game. And what we saw earlier on in this women's C1 was Luca Jones put down a very competitive time that would have seen her field quite well in the men's division.
Yeah, I think that's right, Patrick. And so we're going to start with the women's C1. Of course, these are the athletes who are kneeling in the boat using only half a paddle. C standing for canoe, as opposed to the more traditional kayak, which is more commonly seen in New Zealand. So we have in the women's field, running in reverse order from the placings in the semi-final, we have Kalia Kulwick, Hannah Thomas, and the final runner for today will be Luca Jones. Luca Jones, of course, taking out earlier in the day the women's K1 event. So she'll be looking to double up and become Oceania champion in 2 disciplines.
Yeah, no, she's very capable to do so. I've spent quite a few hours training with her actually in the C1 time to time, back when I was in my competing shoes, and she certainly is very capable and able to pull out the big moves when it matters. So it'll be interesting to see how she goes under the metaphorical big lights here on the final of the 2021 Oceania Victor Wero Whitewater Championships.
Yeah, it's a fantastic day out here at the Victor Wero Whitewater Centre. We've got a fantastic course set by Campbell Walsh and one of the other New Zealand coaches. Very challenging for the athletes, a true international standard course, and when we pan back we'll see how competitive and how difficult that course is. The water remains the same, of course, every day, but it's where the gates are placed, and the gates have been placed in a very technical position. We'll see time lost between 2, 3 and 4, and surprise moves. Time lost in the 7, 8, 9, 10 sequence, and also that 18 sequence seems to be very tricky for a lot of athletes, Patrick.
Yeah, no, it is. I mean, it's 18, it looks just like a pretty straight stagger, but you've really got to be online and set it up early, otherwise it's quite unforgiving. We saw a lot of the younger athletes really get into a cropper.
And yeah, we'd just like to give a little shout out to the people that make these events happen. Of course, we have all the parents and the judges and people helping. The Oceania Canoe Association, Victor Wero Whitewater Park and their staff, of course, very supportive. Sport New Zealand.
Yeah, no, it's great to see too. Big thanks to Lumber One and the Grassroots New Zealand. And of course, you know, it's a bit of a selfish pursuit here. In the finals, you'll see one person going down the course at a time, and yet there's at least 100 or so volunteers, mums, dads, families and friends, all lending out. You know, it's hot out here. Perfect conditions for racing, but it's hot in the sun for these guys. So.
And let's not forget real accountants who are also contributing to making this event a success. So with that, our sponsors, a big thank you to them, all the volunteers, all the people that make this event so good, and particularly the competitors. They do a great job, show great sportsmanship and really push hard and provide a great entertaining spectacle.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
And I think we're away. I think we're about to start in what will be the penultimate race. And Kalia Kulwick from Canoe Slalom, Bay of Plenty, attacking the course into gate 1, the first upstream gate on the left-hand side. Of course, red and white poles must be negotiated in an upstream direction, green and white in a downstream direction. Touch a pole with your boat, body or paddle, you incur a 2-second time penalty. Failure to negotiate the gate, that is get your whole head and part of the boat through between the poles, will incur a 50-second time penalty. Our predicted time for the women's C1 would be what today, Patrick?
Oh, I mean, I'd expect to see Luca Jones go around 110 with the other girls sort of, you know, close in behind. Kalia seems to have a little spot of bother at the top here, but I'm sure she'll be able to pull it together and complete a strong run.
Yeah, we have to remember Kalia's still only a junior athlete, so at the start of her career, perhaps not as experienced as some of the other runners, and she's doing well out there. C1, you tend to need a little bit more muscle sometimes, so it takes a while to develop that.
Yeah, no, that can be quite true. Here she goes. This is a really tight section here and really hard for some of the younger C1 paddlers. But Kalia going for an interesting tactic here, the spin before the up. Haven't seen that before, but works well.
Yeah, it's worked well for her. She's obviously had a plan, maybe a little conservative plan, but wanting to get a success on the board. And you'll notice Kalia switches. She changes sides. So earlier in the day in the men's C1, we didn't see that quite so much. Some athletes do, some athletes don't. So that's where the paddler swats the paddle, and we'll see that very shortly. There we go, to get the paddle on the favoured side and help drive the boat.
Lovely done. Here we go, this really tight little stagger here. We'll see how she goes.
And this is where we saw a lot of paddlers come unstuck in the men's kayak.
Oh yeah, and she just didn't quite get across far enough, so she's gone for the recirc, we call it. So you're paddling background to have a second bite at the cherry.
Whoa, there we go. That's a great flip. Kalia very accomplished in the whitewater. Oh, she's got a bad time there, and she's managed to... Oh, well done to the young lady. Well done. Wow, that was a great recovery. And at that time in the course, she'll be out of breath. She did very well there. Look at this. Wave slaps her back down into the water. And she comes up and gets slapped down again by the Whitewater and then finally gets up and she'll be in recovery mode.
Yeah, never fun when that happens, but she's handled it like a true champ. Just finishing out her run now. A touch low, but she'll get it done. It's very forgivable after a few rolls there. You know, you're a bit out of puff.
Yeah, I think you know in your heart that your run's not going to be a competitive one anymore, but just pure pride drives you through. You want to show everybody that you've got a lot of skills. And here we see Hannah Thomas on the course now, just going for a spin at gate 9. That's where the athlete chooses to go backwards through the gate. She's obviously decided that that's going to be a little bit better and setting her up for further down the course.
Oh, expertly into 12. That's great to see. Holding her nose up into 13, that's really good. You see she minimises the amount of turn that's required to be facing back downstream towards the finish line.
And this is a great shot of the course. You can see how vigorous that Whitewater is, bouncing her around the whole way.
Oh, absolutely.
And Hannah trains on this course all the time. She's very familiar with the course, doubled up in the K1 class and the C1 class. Look at that.
Yeah, she's really come into her own in C1 over the past sort of year, 18 months, you know, really getting some good experience and control in the boat now.
Yeah, it's great to see the IOC and the ICF have elected to put women's C1 into the Olympics, and so it's opened up another discipline and maybe more opportunities for some women athletes.
Absolutely. I mean, as we've seen today, you know, there's just about equal number of female and male entrants in the race today, so that's great to see.
Yeah, very much so. And we'll see Hannah just driving down. She's fit. She's just going to keep pushing hard all the way through. And in the start blocks, we see Luca Jones, who managed to come in first place in the semi-final. And she's quite an accomplished C1 paddler now.
Yeah, no, Luca doesn't mess about. I was talking to her in the break and she said she's quite enjoyed actually these little lockdown periods. Allows her a week to train on a specially designed homemade pond. Just get some, you know, extra sort of recovery on the body before another hard week training when we re-enter conventional social facilities and everything.
Yeah, and that's what you'll find with a lot of athletes during these lockdown periods. They just find ways to train and do things.
Luca, knowing she missed the first wave, kind of you saw her pause on the swap there to get the second wave and just lovely spin there and a bit of a swap, and she's back on her way downstream. Missing the T-grip a little bit there, but expertly around the side.
She'll come into this upstream using the wave to come in. She'll come out, pushes across into the other upstream, pushes off the wall. She's obviously got a plan. So a great switch of the blade there, going to the favoured downstream side.
Yeah.
And paddlers, when they're paddling on the downstream side, generally are a little bit more stable.
Yeah, no, it was great to see Luca pick up C1, you know, a couple of years ago, and she just really shows her prowess with her near immediate success once she entered the category.
Yeah, lovely upstream there by Luca. This will be her fourth run of the day. She's done two, the semi-final and the final in the women's K1, which she managed to win.
Great
and now
jump
she's done a great jump there. That saved her a bit of time that she may have lost earlier in the course. And we're looking down now at the scorecard on the side, and it looks like Luca may have incurred a 50-second time penalty at gate 8. That will be reviewed. They're always reviewed. Athletes have a small window when they complete their runs to just question any of those judges and judgments. And she's coming through now.
Otherwise, Hannah Thomas could be walking away with the victory of today, which would be quite surprising.
Yeah, it's hard to know.
Yeah, provisional results, of course, as you say, so anything can happen.
Yeah, we can only call it as we see it on the screen. And Luca looked like she had a good run. Hannah also had a good run. And Kalia, the young junior, looking strong. First final for her, I believe. And great to see. She's done a lot of improvement over the winter period.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Tell you what, we had a bit of wind earlier in the day, so it's great to see that sort of quietened down. Less great for the sailing, but good for the kayaking.
Yeah, very true, Patrick, very true. So we've got the next session of the day, which will be the men's kayak final. And we're looking at the provisional results now.
Yeah.
And these would be the provisional results. It looks like Hannah Thomas may have taken that out, and then Luca Jones and Kalia Kulwick. So That's great. And as we saw earlier today, results don't always go according to plan. It only takes a small margin of error to take you from first to fifth.
Oh, exactly. And particularly as we've seen today, you know, touches. It's a really tight course, but it's no excuse. You know, races have been won and lost based off whether one had a touch or not. So, you know, the paddlers, particularly the KO and men, will really need to work on staying off the poles.
Yeah, so there we go. We're seeing those results up again. Hannah Thomas, Luca Jones and Talia Ulwick. So we'll see if those results stand, even with that 50-second penalty.
Yeah.
The racing was very close.
Tell you what, that's interesting though, Ian. Look, if you strip off the 50-second penalty of Luca, Hannah's right hot on her heels, you know, only half a second behind.
Yeah,
good to see.
Very much so. So very shortly we'll go straight into that men's semi-final. And that men's semi-final will run 5 runners, 5 athletes, starting with Ryan Keating, then Mikkel Ull, Ben Pilbro, Callum Gibb, then George Snook, and then we'll have a short break and we'll go into our next 5.
And with that, we'll join you in about 6 minutes or so.
Yeah, so at the conclusion of that race, we're going to interview a couple of the athletes, see how they thought about that, and here we go, Hannah Thomas.
We're here with Hannah Thomas. Hannah, a great run nonetheless. Provisionally, we've got you in front, but we're just got to wait for the judge's opinion.
Yeah, I was really happy with that run. There were some really good bits. Yeah, super solid, and some bits I can improve on, but overall it was a good run.
Saw a sneaky little fist pump at the end there.
Yeah, no, it's good to celebrate, yeah.
What was the course like for the finals? Obviously it was quite physical and rugged out there.
Yeah, it was really physical. Also I've done 4 runs today, so doubling up with C1 and K1, it's quite hard. But yeah, it was good. Definitely a good course, and there were some really good sections, and yeah, good.
And no matter what the judges decide with Luca's 50, I guess the fact that you're so close to her must be really satisfying.
Yeah, I've been actually training quite a bit with Luca, so it's been really good, and to also kind of be catching up with her is really good. Good confidence boost too.
Nice work, well done.
Thank you.
And here we are back looking down the course, the familiar view of gates 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. This is what the athletes will be looking at when they get into that start pool in about 6 minutes time for the men's kayak final. Runs 1 to 5, start at 13:50. Okay, so here we are with the final session of the day at the Oceania Canoe Slalom Championships 2021. We're going to have the men's kayak final. That'll be 10 athletes. The 10 athletes are reverse seated from their positions in the semi-final. And we will look at who we will have running now, won't we, Patrick?
Yeah, I think kicking off with Ryan Keating first there in the blocks, you see, and then promptly followed by some other pretty stiff competition. Big thanks to our sponsors again, you know, firstly, number one, Grassroots New Zealand, and then, you know, Real Chartered Accountant, Sport New Zealand, and of course, big thanks to all the volunteers, family, friends, mums and dads that lending a hand to, you know, make this event work so well.
And let's not forget Lumber One and also High Performance Sport New Zealand. And here we are off with racing. This is it. This is a all or nothing for these athletes.
Yeah, and Ryan looks like he knows it. He's really not messing about here. He's come out hot out of the blocks, and let's hope he just can hold it together for the whole 24-gate sequence.
We've got to remember too, some of these athletes in this final are under 18s. They're just juniors. This will be the first final they've ever made in their lives, I suspect.
Yeah, yeah. And when you're young like that, sometimes you think you need to do something a bit special or something, but it really couldn't be farther from the truth.
Yeah, so we've got young Ryan Kedner. He's doing a good job in this top part of the course. Look at this. He's really flying. They will have got a lot of feedback from their coaches between the semi-finals and the finals, telling them what they did wrong, what they need to improve.
He picked up a little touch there on gate 9, but other than that, he's going like the clappers, isn't he?
He is. I wonder if he can hold this pace together, or he's just got a bit too excited in the moment, but we'll find that out very shortly.
Yep, just collecting the... washed it a little bit and collected his tail against the wall there. You saw he sort of drifted up a little bit far to get a good exit.
And yeah, he's going well down through this middle section. Got the little stagger into the gate 18, which has caught a lot of people out. Obviously, I didn't catch him out in the semi-final because he made it through.
Nice sweep there.
Oh, very close. Remembering the athletes only need to get their head and part of their boat through the gate, so he got his head around that pole. The little head duck.
A little bit early on the jump there. You saw his boat lifted and then fell, and he kind of didn't really get a good run into the eddy.
Yeah, he lost his drive, but not too bad a job. I think he's going to be pretty happy with this.
Yeah.
He knows that it's an all or nothing. A lot of people will be taking risks, and if he's banked something good, he could sneak his way up into maybe a top 5 finish. Who knows?
Absolutely. Working hard for the line. Good to see.
Look at him go. He gets the lunge in a 1:16. And on the course now, Mikkel Uhl of Oakeri Falls in Rotorua.
Yeah, one of the smoothest paddlers we've got in our junior division. He's really impressive to watch at times.
The timing
Look at
there,
that.
just looks at the poles, knows exactly what he's doing, gets out of there, goes for the spin option. I think we'll see as the competition goes on, the more direct route where the athletes aren't spinning. And Mikkel's really got the hammer down.
Yeah, no,
it means business today. I think he's really wanting to push himself up from the current 9th position.
Really good to see.
Lost a bit of time there.
Yeah, he seems to have a good awareness of when to push hard and when to maybe just button off a little bit. But look at that. That's a superb jump stroke over that first hole in gate 11.
Nice spin. This is bread and butter for someone that lives right on a whitewater course.
Collecting a bit of a touch there in gate 13. We'll leave that one to the judges, but it did appear so. Taking the opportunity to centre himself.
Here we go. Let's see how he goes. I don't think he's going to have too many problems here, but I've said that before about many athletes, and they've got caught. No, he gets across there nicely. We're getting a nice view upstream from the main drop. 19, the last right-hand upstream. What did he do there, Patrick?
He just drifted a bit wide into the right-hand pole. He's had to sort of have another bite at the cherry, so to speak.
Oh, that's a shame. He was having a good run, but that's how it is. You've just got to go all out. This is it. You're not going to do any worse than 10th. So,
yeah, no, you're quite right.
You don't want to get to the finish and go, what if I had? You've got to go as hard as you can, and if it works, it works, and if it doesn't, well, it doesn't.
Yeah.
And he's collected a few penalties on the way. That's 2 seconds added onto his time each time he touches one of those poles.
Yeah, he looked really good though this whole weekend, so he's got a lot to take out of that. He might be frustrated in the moment, but hopefully he's quite proud of his efforts henceforth.
Oh, he should be. And now we have Ben Pilbrow. He'll attack the course. We saw him in the semi-finals. He's very, very aggressive, and he is a very aggressive paddler.
Yeah, and he seems really talented. Like, he can do these unique moves, balancing on his tail and things. So it'll be interesting to see what he can do in this final run.
That's an interesting spin. He spun right above that gate.
Yeah, just ducking under 3 and 4.
Yeah, he's cutting it very, very tight, which is the way a lot of athletes paddle now. They just minimise the distance they have to travel, stay really close to the poles. I'd suspect you'd want to stay a little bit closer to the upstreams than the downstreams, but...
just making it to 9, he really had to lean forward and spin after the gate.
Yeah, but he has spun after the gate, and he's got all the gates so far, so he's looking
well.
fairly solid. He'll know what's happened with the athletes in front of him. He would have got a bit of feedback. That's what we like to see.
That's
nice
beautiful.
And tight on the exit. Timing his strokes over the waves here. How will he go on this, what has proved to be a very tricky sequence for a lot of athletes today? We've seen it all. We've seen flips. We've seen broken paddles. We've seen double flips. When I say flips, that's where the athletes had to perform an Eskimo roll with self-rescue to keep their run on track. But Ben, he's looking very solid.
Run, yeah. One touch on our provisional results, and he's coming too high.
He certainly has.
But I mean, all in all, not terrible there. You know, he handled that quite well. So could be still on the money for a good result.
Yeah, you can see he's really working hard now. The strokes have got a little bit shorter, but he's pulling as hard as he can. I suspect his forearms are pretty tight by now.
There we go. Finishing up 109.
109, that'll put him provisionally in first, and we would expect to see that as the more experienced athletes come down a bit later in the track. So at the moment, we are expecting to see Callum Gibb come down the course. Unfortunately, I spoke to Callum, and he's sustained an injury in his semi-final run. He got a little bit of a tweak on what is a shoulder that's just come out of rehab, and he didn't feel comfortable going and trying to put all that pressure of a full finals run on that shoulder, so he's elected to withdraw, and that's a bit of a shame because Callum was paddling very, very well.
Yeah, no, it was nice to see him. He was my first real coach. He was a real talented junior, you know, represented New Zealand several times and doing quite well, so... but, you know, it's hard if you're very competitive and then you step away from the sport a little bit, coming back, you know, you paddle like you used to, but your body might not quite be ready to do so.
Yeah, and I think particularly on a challenging course like this, your shoulders are going to be under a lot of stress and put in places where they perhaps aren't comfortable being, and that's what's happened in Callum's case. But not taking away from what we've seen so far. We've seen great performances by Ryan Keating, Mikkel Uhl and Ben Pilbrow. You know, they've all paddled very well in what probably is their first international, Oceania final. So that's great to see. We've still got several athletes still to come. We've got George Snook, Nick Collier, Callum Aitken, Zach Mutton, Callum Gilbert and Finn Butcher, who was our fastest qualifier in the semi-finals. There was nothing in it. There was less than half a second.
Yeah. No, Callum and Finn have been going tit for tat on the race course this whole weekend, so it'll be great to see who can walk away with the victory today, because it really is any man's game.
As we look up now, we'll see George Snook. I think George is wearing the colours of the Swiss team. I guess he's swapped that for a bit of New Zealand kit at some stage, and he'll be wearing that. It's always nice to have something that's a little bit different. We all like that. But make no mistake, George is not from Switzerland. He's not representing Switzerland. He is paddling for New Zealand, and he is paddling for a spot on that team and looking very good. He'll be looking as an under-18 athlete to perhaps make the under-23 team, maybe, if he's lucky, the senior team.
Yeah, absolutely. He's one of our great talents, so it'll be great to see how he goes. Looks composed in the first couple gates. He knows that this is a 100-second event. It's not all won and lost in the first 10 seconds.
And he's done that direct, and he's done that well direct.
Great to see.
Probably a little bit energy sapping, but he's done it well, and that's going to gain him a bit of time. And he knows it's a final. It's all on the line. Got to go as fast as I can to get that result, and he's looking like he's going well.
Yeah, no, quite right. He was a little bit precarious through gate 8, but he's a pro. You know, he's held it together and knew what he needed to do. Great through there. That's one of the best we've seen all day. You look at the speed on his boat. It's almost like those holes weren't even there.
Yeah, quite right, Patrick. And he's cutting it fine on the exits of the ups as well. So He knows what he has to do. He's pushing hard.
But I mean, he has to stay off the poles because Finn, Callum and Zach, top 3 finishes in our semi-final, all of them were clean. So we know that we've got some paddlers that have got it dialed in and on the money.
Yeah, I think George's, commentator's mocker perhaps.
Yep.
At that last upstream, we've seen a few people come unstuck. How much gas has he got in the tank? I think he's got enough. He's coming well onto this gate.
Yeah, he knows there's time to be had here. It's maybe the last gates, but it doesn't make them any less important.
Yeah, he gets to paddle on Whitewater all the time, but the young man's going well.
2 more gates and a wee sprint to the finish.
I might go out on a limb here and say this could be our new race leader.
Yeah, sub 100 even. Well,
not quite sub 100, but a new race leader. So that was fantastic by young George Snook. So we're going to have a short break between paddlers 1 to 5 and 6 to 10. Coming back with 6 to 10, it'll be Nick Collier from Central Otago Whitewater, Callum Aitken from Canoe Slalom Bay of Plenty, Zach Mutton, Callum Gilbert and Finn Butcher. So we've still got plenty of talent to come down the river. And yes, this is, we can see as we look up, there's Nick. He'll be going through the course in his mind. He's going over, he's just having a quick chat to his coach. Can't see that's just gone off screen. But I thought that was a particularly good run by George. And let's have a look at the results so far. You called it, Patrick, George Snook.
100, yeah, great to see. I mean, a lot to take away from that because he did 106 in his semis. I mean, that's a 6-second improvement, which is really good to see. Ben Pilbrough in second. You know, that was a valiant effort from him. He's really come along a lot over the past 18 months with Michael Wero in third there, just regrettably picking up a few touches along the way. And Ryan's got nothing to be ashamed of. You know, that was a great effort. Probably his first final. And, of course, Callum Gibb there with the unfortunate DNS from his tweaked shoulder.
Yeah, I think when we look at that and we look through the results, the penalties, those are the things that are really going to hurt those guys. I think the next 6 runners will have looked at those penalties and know, hey, I've got a bit of time in the bank. I'll be all right. Those guys are not going to threaten me too much. But in saying that, it's a fine edge played. You could get it wrong. You could get the penalties. You could be below them.
Yeah, that's right. It's a real risk versus reward. You know, do you want to? Is it worth cutting that? Is it worth going direct 2, 3, 4 if you might pick a penalty if you're not sure that you can control your bow? Well, you know, that's something they discuss with the coaches. But we'll go for a quick ad break now.
And 5 athletes left to run in the Oceania Championships for 2021, the men's kayak final. Patrick, what are we expecting to see?
Yeah, well, I mean, first up we've got young Nick Collier there from the deep south, born and bred. His, fitness is no worry for him. His brother's runs in the family. You know, his dad, he may not look it, but man, he can run. And his brother certainly is that. He can regularly run sub 3-hour marathons, no problem. And we've seen that all weekend. Nick, he brings top physical condition to the event, and it's supported with good technique. So he's always in the run. See, he did well in the semis, qualified in 5th spot. So we've got him off, followed by Callum Aitken, Zach Mudden, and then, of course, the top 2 guys, Callum Gilbert and then Finn Butcher.
Yeah, I think that's going to be great. I think you're right. Nick's gone from strength to strength throughout this competition. He's not fatigued or faded. He's just got stronger and stronger. So looking forward to seeing what the young man can do. Callum Aitken, good to see him in there. He's spent a lot of time over the winter up here, so it'll be good to see him. But I think the race is really going to be between those last three athletes for the Oceania title. No disrespect to the others, but those three just have a little bit more experience and probably a little bit more time on the Victor Wero Whitewater course.
Yep. Although, hey, as we saw earlier in the C1 men, you never can be too sure. It's always you've always got a puncher's chance, so to speak, if you're there on the start line in the final.
Oh, there's always a chance. If the result was secured before the race started, then it would be a waste of time racing. But we can see Zach Mutton in the background there. He's the next athlete away. They've all got their race plan. Nick will be sitting there going through his plan in his head while he waits for the go. The G for go. We saw earlier on today, we saw Luca Jones manage to take out the K1 Ladies Oceania title. And here we go. This is it. The first of our final runners for the course. And Nick Collier's off. Taking the wide line in. Very tight on gate one, and he's off.
Yeah, let's hope. He might need to... he means business out here, doesn't it?
He does mean business. He's taken spin. I can't remember if that was his preferred option in the first runs, but...
he made it work regardless.
Yeah, he didn't waste any time, that's for sure.
Into 7, nice conventional draw coming out, giving him some time to flick it back before 8, catching the hole.
Oh, he's done that well. He's got the tail following the bow, which is one of the keys to keeping a boat going fast down the river.
Yep.
Here we go into the tricky double up move. Oh, he's dropped a bit low there.
Oh,
and
no.
He's dropped too low.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Can he come back? Can he come back?
Let's
see. There is a wave there. You can surf up. You can actually surf up the river on that wave if he gets the timing right. And he's managed to do that. Well done.
That's great.
That's a great showcase of skills. And he's not given up. So he knows that someone else could crumble under the pressure. And he can sneak his way up those rankings.
Yeah, that's quite right. It's good to see him come back and avoid incurring a 50-second penalty.
Yeah, it would have taken a bit of energy out of him, though. You've got to sprint real hard to get up that wave.
Oh, that you do.
And Nick's back on track, though. Everything's looking like that hasn't really put him off his game. He's pedalling well.
Yeah, no, catching the hole nicely. And high for the up.
He's lost a bit of time on the exit. Too many strokes in the upstream there. He's not managed to get his bow pointing down quickly enough.
Approaching the all-important big drop, the big boof.
He's long wide. He's I think... And now we're seeing he's upside down. He'll be breathing hard, but he comes up.
Oh, that's disappointing.
Yeah, I think that paddle back up took a lot of energy out of him, but full credit to the man. Here we go. Watch this. Upstream edge catches, and over he goes.
Yep.
Comes up with a styre roll, I believe, or back of the blade roll. And he's also got stuck in that hole. It's all fallen apart for young Nick, but full credit to him. He did a fantastic run in his semi-final.
Here we see Callum Aitken at the top. He's a real stud, and he's just so smooth on the water. It's really a joy to watch.
And he's going direct and making... he's overturned a little bit there, but he's made that look pretty easy. And I think one thing that we'll see from Callum is he'll build into this run. He won't get too excited early. He'll just build into it. He'll know, I've banked it all. I've made no mistakes. I've not dropped any time on anybody at this stage. Maybe lost a little bit of time there. And there. So he's caught his edge. The boat stops driving forward quite so much, and now he's pushed away. He's going to have to work hard to get into the upstream and just below the gate, but he's made a good recovery.
Yeah, I mean, he's got experience at a lot of big races and big events, so he won't get too rattled by small issues as he goes through his run.
We are seeing a lot of issues with edge control across the classes. It's been quite surprising. The course is obviously a lot more demanding than it looks from the bank.
Oh, yeah, certainly.
Callum going to use that wave to get himself across into the upstream at gate 19. He's only got 4 gates to go, whether he'll be pedalling in the moment or thinking about, I've just got to nail the drop, and the rest is a pretty flat paddle home. Look at this. Timing in nice and close. Big jump, good line in.
Beautiful.
Rails that round. Could have been a fraction tighter, but that's a good solid run. He's just banking that.
Yep.
And we look down on the left-hand side of our screen, and we can see that Callum may have picked up a 50-second time penalty. I'm not really sure what happened there, but there we go. Nick Pilbro might be rubbing his hands with glee.
Oh, exactly.
sorry, not Nick Pilbrow, Nick Collier. And here we go. Into the sharp end, the final 3 races. And Zach Mutton taking the left-hand line, the more direct line, looking to shave seconds and microseconds off. Very tight on the exit.
Yeah, learning from, that's the Luca Jones line we saw earlier today. Oh, and he's missed the gate.
Oh, and he's gone past gate 3. He had quite a good jump.
Just got a little bit eager.
Good skills there to get this head in, just weave his head between those poles. Great skills.
Yeah, he's still clean, and he's only lost a couple seconds there, so it's very much anyone's race if he can keep his head on him and keep the run going well.
He's also gone for the spin there. Zach also was fairly unfortunate with injuries last year, and interesting to see over the course of a competition if that fitness he's lost has come back or not, if he's able to still nail the moves.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I've also noticed he's swapped boats from the Gala Sport to the Vader. Seems to look quite good on him too, if I say so.
Yeah, there are several manufacturers and each has their strength, and the athletes have to choose what boat they like. It's not a regulation thing. The boats do have a regulation width and length and weight, but inside those the design parameters are fairly loose.
Slick upstream there on gate 19 for Zach Mutton. He'll be really wrapped at that.
Yeah, easy jump. Very experienced whitewater paddler.
Yeah, he knows that. He knows it's all important, that big boost stroke.
But I think a couple of penalties are probably going to knock Zach out of contention. But in saying that, 2 athletes to go. We've got to see what these 2 can do. They've paddled clean all weekend, so it'll be good to see. Oh, Zach's still managing to get himself into second position, so he's recovered well.
Yeah, good to see Zach start to look like his former self as he comes back from the very significant fractures he had within his back. So
here we go. The man of the moment, Callum Gilbert, looking to go to Tokyo and race for New Zealand in Tokyo. He's quick out of there.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see how he attacks these tight little moves.
He's probably overturned a couple of times there, but he gets the boat back down, uses his heels to push the boat back down at the front, drives the boat in. Conventional up at 7.
Yeah, and nothing ruffles Callum. He'll even if he has a little rough few gates at the top, he can quickly recenter and get himself together.
Yeah, but this is the Oceania title that's up for grabs.
Oh, exactly.
And this will be could be the first time for one of these guys to get that Oceania title.
And he's looking really quick to the double up, really attacking it with powerful strokes.
And that's it. It's the key is the powerful strokes. Doesn't have to be a lot of strokes as long as you've got the boat driving forward. Now it's really moving.
He's really shuffling.
He's hauling. Look how close he was on that right-hand pole at 18, and that's got him in really tight on gate 19.
Oh, exactly. 5 more downstreams and 1 more upstream. Hopefully he can hold it together. Really close to the bollards, nipping in behind. Expertly done.
That's no time lost there.
He's not mucking about.
Oh, he lost a little bit. The wave, you could see the wave surfed him, held him. Didn't lose much, but look how hard he's paddling. He really wants this. He is pushing hard. I think we'll see a new race leader. Wow, look at that, a 95.28. That is a pretty impressive time.
Yeah.
Not quite as good as a semi-final time, but still a very good time.
Yeah, no, the door's very much open here for Finn. It's anyone's race at this point. Finn did a 92 in the semi, so 3 seconds spread there to Callum's run here. So wait and see. But I mean, 2 touches and, that's it, game, set, match. So we'll have to see what Finn can do.
He's a clean paddler, and he's going to take the direct line as well. They all want to minimise the time they're spending away from the finish line. And we heard, probably didn't hear that on the thing, but we could hear, we're right opposite that gate.
Oh, and he's picked up an early touch there, so he already has to work a little bit harder, but it certainly is possible.
Yeah, we heard his tail touch the bottom at gate 1. So he's pushing the boat down very hard, making those turns.
Really well done.
Wow, look at that spin.
That's amazing.
He's really pushing hard here. He gets the punt and a good drive up. Should get out of here on one big sweep stroke, and he does. He's building into this nicely.
Yeah, no, it's great to see these top K1 men go at it like they are.
Yeah, we can see the people in the background following down, cheering him on. As you know, Patrick, when you're in the zone, you don't hear that.
No.
But it is pretty nice when you get home and you watch your run, or you're watching a run with your coach, and you can see all your fellow competitors and all your supporters following you down the course. Gives you a nice warm feeling.
Oh, indeed. It's always good to know you're loved. Big jump, pulls it off.
And it's not looking great here. I'm not sure what's happened at gate 9, but it's not looking great for Butcher.
Yeah, he got a provisional 50 there on one of the downstreams, so we'll have to see how that goes. It was that spin where he really flicked his boat round.
Oh, and he's clipped the gate. He's been pushing hard here. Let's see what the raw time is. I'm not sure what that raw time means. 144, will we take that 50 off there? That would have been quite a fast time.
He would have been in first there had he not done that. By memory, Callum was 95, so we'll have to wait and see. These provisional results will be with us in a sec.
Yeah, and in my experience, it's pretty hard to overturn those kind of things. So we've got Gilbert. Wow, look at that. Gilbert taking it out with a touch at 95.28. George Snook pushing himself into second, the young under-18 athlete, with 100.78.
Great to see. Great to see Zach Muntu regaining some form after his really major injury, coming in with a 108. He had a few touches, so I'm sure he'll be looking to avoid those and work on that in his sessions henceforth.
Yeah, and then we've got Ben Prilbro, Michael All, Ryan Keating, Nick Collier, Callum Aitken and Finn Butcher not going in first place and coming out in 9th place provisionally. And let's race down and see if George has got something good to say about his run.
Here with George Snook. George, provisionally second. That's a mighty fine paddle, mate.
Yeah, it wasn't bad. Run was good. A few mistakes here and there, but managed to hold it together and long enough to get to the finish line.
Pretty physical course out there. What was the secret to it?
Oh, I don't know. Definitely when you're offline, it becomes a lot more physical. When you're on that good line, it feels easy, but it was definitely a bit of a fight in that run.
You know, you're still a young spring chicken compared to some of these guys. Do you think this is making a pretty strong statement that you're sitting right on their tail?
Oh, I don't know. I'm trying. I'm just learning from them in training, and just moving up to Auckland's been like super good for my paddling. And so I'm just learning, trying to keep up, get closer and closer.
Bodes well for the likes of Nationals in a couple of weeks, I guess.
Yeah, it should be sweet down in Tekapo. I'm really looking forward to the epic course down there, epic scenery, hopefully some good racing.
Awesome effort, mate. Well done.
Cheers, man.
Yeah, so great display by George there. Provisionally in second place. Great position to end up as an under-18 athlete. And a big thank you to everybody that's helped make this event such a success. We're just winding into it now. We have a look back up at the start of the course. The weather's looking good. And Patrick, your take from how the sport's looking after today's racing?
Oh, the sport's looking really good. I think we're really lucky too to be in one of the few, COVID-free countries, and how that we're allowed to hold races with spectators on the sides, as you see. Full, probably 100 volunteers here. Easy. So we'll just jump over to an interview with Callum Gilbert, I believe, at the bottom of the course.
Here with Callum Gilbert, provisionally the Oceania K1 champion. Callum, tell us how that run went for you.
Yeah, well, it wasn't what I was looking for, but I think that was the name of the game in this final. But happy to come out on top, but certainly not the best run I've ever done.
What were some of the sticking points on that run for you?
I think the course was just relentless, top to bottom it was hard work. You really had to be on it and nailing the moves, which I really battled with today. So happy I didn't have a full blow up, but definitely left something to be desired out there.
Does that give you satisfaction that you can make a few mistakes out there and still perform, that consistency, get that through your run?
Yeah, definitely. I think that's cool. The mistakes are coming, but the times aren't getting hurt too much. But I think it also shows that when it's just New Zealand, we don't have Australians this year or any other internationals, that there's fewer people to sort of make up those gaps when you make mistakes.
You maybe get away with a little bit more than you could normally.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. It's a real shame they're not here this year, but hopefully we can get some international races later this season.
Seeing the likes of George coming through, taking provisionally second, that must be a pretty good sign for the health of the sport in New Zealand.
Absolutely. I mean, George's result today I think is fantastic. He's been paddling really well these last few weeks, and and just showing that he can put it down consistently. So I think he should be really happy as well.
Congratulations on your effort, well done.
Thanks very much.
And that will conclude the Oceania Canoe Slalom Championships for 2021. A big thank you to all our volunteers and all our sponsors. One more time, Patrick, who are those people who have helped make this event happen?
Oh, big thanks to Lumber One, Grassroots Trust, obviously Real Chartered Accountants, Sport New Zealand, Canoe Slalom NZ and High Performance Sport.
Yeah, and also Victor Wero, Whitewater, their park and their staff. And thank you to all those staff and volunteers who've made this event such a success. We've seen new people crowned as Oceania Championships. We've seen the emergence of new talent. We've seen some of these young guys really show the future and depth of the sport in New Zealand.
Yeah, thanks for attending. We'll see you at the next one and goodbye.
Goodbye and welcome back to the next race.